All right, Sis Divinity, can you see if you can start the music? My board locked up. All right, family. We are going to get started tonight. The board does not want to cooperate. It literally locked up. So I can't play any music, can't play the intro music. So we're going to go ahead and get started tonight. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromeyezed Show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, June 2nd. And we have a great show planned for you tonight. We took a little break last week due to me being absolutely exhausted. So this week I had actually, for a couple weeks now, was trying to get Sevan, or Sevan, as most people call him, on the show, Bomar. So he is going to join us tonight as a guest speaker. I look at him as one of the new master teachers from a metaphysics perspective. So he's going to join the family at 7:30 tonight to kind of give us an update on what's going on in the spiritual world realm, as well as give us a lot of other treats. So if you've ever heard any of his lectures, or been involved in any of his website or university classes, you know that you are in for a treat. So we're going to spend the first 30 minutes doing the news, and then we are going to welcome Sevan Bomar to the show as our honored guest tonight. So with that said, let me first introduce Sis Divinity. Sis Divinity, are you there?
I am, Sis. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the board tonight. It just...
I tried also, and it said failed. It would not allow
Yeah,
me.
it's just automatically defaulting, locking up. So I'm like, whatever. So we won't be able to jam tonight with some music. So I think I see Brother Wendell. We're going to bring him on. And I know Oracle Tahuti, he said he's going to be a little late tonight. So let me bring on Brother Wendell. I think that's him. Brother Wendell, are you there?
Yep.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm hanging in there, out of there, over there, wherever it's got to be.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, well... No, sorry, sis. I know you want to say hi to hello or to Brother Wendell.
What's happening, sis?
Everything. Let's put it like that. How are you?
Yeah. Hey, that thing is off the chain out here. You know?
Awesome.
Ain't it?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I do need to make an announcement to the family as folks are getting on the line. And, Brother Wendell, you don't know this information, so I don't mean to blindside you, but didn't have time to get you up on the particulars. But an incident happened on Monday night's Prophecy show with Linda, and I do want to make it very clear to the family that that particular show that she aired was unauthorized and without my knowledge. The show's topic was based around the whole controversy with the SOV CPR, Dr. Henderson, his family, the Native American split from the judges and as well as KG. As I've stated before, and I will state again, Truth UnCompromised Media Network has no affiliation with SOVCPR.com. It was very appropriate for that show to be aired concerning that issue and situation. I made it clear that I would not be involved in it. It was done without my authorization, against my wishes. And Linda is no longer a part of Truth UnCompromised Media Network. So again, I want to make it very clear that my network or I have nothing to do with SOVCPR.com, the Native American Nation, or any of that, what's going on with the split, etc. So I want to make that clear. It's none of my business. And I felt really bad that even his Dr. Henderson's family was mentioned. Right. It was inappropriate. Right. So for that, I do want to apologize to him. I do not like stuff like that, nor do I operate like that, and I don't appreciate my network being used as a platform. So I did want to put that out there to the family before we moved on.
Very good.
Okay, so with that said, we are going to move on to the news tonight. So where do you all want to start? If not, I'm going to pick some. Okay, well, actually, Brother Wendell, I started to text you back, but I had forgot about it because I needed for you to check on something for me, because I know you said that you've been watching the activities on the ports, because you had got a website from that one lady. I forget her name. I see her face as clear as day, but she had gave some website where you can check it and monitor the port's activity as far as what ships are coming in and what ships are going out. So I ran across actually two pieces of information. The first one I'll go over. It was a news article from yahoo.com, and it is talking about the traffic on Panama Canal. So this was dated May 30th, and it says Panama Canal traffic normal despite lock wall. And so it was saying that Panama City shipping traffic through the Panama Canal is normal despite the collapse of a wall segment of one of its locks over the weekend, Panama Canal Authority officials said. Sunday's incident occurred just 4 weeks before Panama is to inaugurate a costly and lengthy expansion of the century-old canal with the, that is interesting, they use kind of like meditative ceremony. I thought that was an interesting choice of words. Anyhow, but the ACP noted that the affected lock wall had no connection to the canal expansion work. It stressed on its Twitter account that the transit and lock operations were being normally carried out as repairs were being made. It posts photos of ships passing through the affected Miraflores locks, the first of three lock system encountered by ships entering the 80-kilometer, 50-mile canal from the Pacific Ocean to show there was no significant problems. The locks serve to lift or descend ships 27 meters, 90 feet as they cross the narrow Central America isthmus that separates the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. On June 26th, Panamanian President Juan Carlos Varela is due to lead the inauguration ceremony of the expanded canal, to which 7 foreign heads of state and government have been invited. The event is intended to mark the end of the Mammoth Project, which went well beyond its initial 2014 deadline and $5.25 billion budget. Some 5% of world maritime traffic travels through the canal, with an average 35 to 40 ships passing through every day. The aim of the expansion is to allow the aim of the expansion is to allow passage of bigger new Panamax class container ships and to triple the canal's capacity. That will be greatly boost the annual revenue Panama collects in shipping passage fees, which is currently worth $1 billion. So the reason that I'm sharing that this article, because we've talked about probably going on a year now, that the activities on the port, for us to watch them closely for two folds. One is from a military strategic standpoint. The other is also from an economic standpoint, because ports represent how commerce or traded goods are done from other foreign nations to us. So it had been rumored going on probably 2 years now that China had pretty much taken over most of the ports on our coastline due to the fact of debt that's owed to them. Okay, and then in addition to that, the other thing that we have been hearing is that port activity or ships coming in and definitely stuff going out has slowed down tremendously, and at one point it was rumored that it had almost virtually stopped, and that is because of the crashing dollar, because other nations are refusing to settle trade in dollar because everybody is moving over to a gold standard. So I found this article pretty interesting, that they claim they spent all of this particular investment to upgrade this port, but yet something collapsed. So that's not making sense to me at all. No, it doesn't make sense. So I'm not sure if they're putting this out here for code, either saying that China is essentially going to take over the port, or they already are taking over the port. But it just didn't sound right to me that they supposedly spent all of this time and a $5.25 million budget, and it's still not correct, but they claim they were prepping this canal to move more merchandise through, when we know for a fact that it's been the opposite going on with retail. Retail has dried up tremendously in this nation. So with that said, I'll yield, because I know, Brother Wendell, you've been kind of watching that a little bit in case you wanted to put something on it.
Yeah, I kind of looked at it yesterday, as a matter of fact.
I knew you was watching
it. And there's stuff everywhere. So, as you were just speaking in, I pulled it up and zoomed in on it. Now, do you have a way to view this thing is you can look at it as cargo vessels or tankers or whatnot? And I got it set where I can look at cargo and tankers.
Okay.
And in other words, you're looking at petroleum or whatever, products or whatever, and you're looking at merchandise. You just put it like that. How about when I zoom in, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I got about 30 vessels with the same name.
Oh, you better come on, Wendell. You lying. Come on, brother Wendell. You straight up lying on them. So let me make sure I got the story.
I'm sitting right here looking at
it right. So you're saying you're looking at the Panama Canal.
I'm looking at. I'm looking off the coast of Florida, which ain't far from that.
Okay.
Off of Jacksonville, you got a little green vessel and a little red vessel. You got about 30 of them with the same name. This is off the coast of Jacksonville.
Well, now I know somebody that is a truck driver, so they have connections with other truckers that what do you call? You just called it, brother, when when those containers sit on those, are they called barges?
Yeah.
And so you know how when they come into the port or whatever, those containers have to be put on the back of the flatbed truck. So anyway, one of his partners is one of the drivers. And so he was saying, I said, yeah, such and so, can you kind of snoop for me and check to see has, the activity slowed down, this, that, and the third. So he said his partner came back to him and said, well, he's saying it hadn't slowed down. I said, well, what area is he in? So he said, well, he said he's off of the coast of South Carolina. Mm-hmm. And so I thought about it. I'm like, that's not really big enough to quantify.
That's basically the same area off of Jacksonville. That ain't far from Jacksonville, Florida. South Carolina, right up the street. Now, I'm looking at down in the Panama area.
Mm-hmm.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh man. You got about 20 of them down there with the same name.
Come on, you lying on them. Stop!
No, I ain't. Go to marinetraffic.com and look at it.
What's the name of it?
Yeah,
marinetraffic.com and set your filter for cargo vessels and for tankers. And then zoom on in. You'll see it. You got the same vessel name all over the place.
Wow. Okay, they got okay, I would have to go in this, and this is a crappy looking site, so I would really have to. I'm gonna have to do it offline. Yeah, because it's not intuitive. I have to think about it and go online. So I'm gonna definitely do that. And matter of fact, let me tag this site before I forget. So then, basically, they're fudging it.
It's being manipulated like everything else.
Oh my goodness.
Because I remember you saying at one point, and I could be wrong, but I thought I remember you saying that when you were watching it, I thought that's what you told me, that they were just going back from port to port.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, down in the Gulf of Mexico, it's a ton of them with the same name.
Wow.
Let me ask you this right here. How can a ship with the name /AIS, it's spelled SAT-AIS. How can that ship?
Okay.
How can that ship be up here near New Orleans?
Mm-hmm.
Once as a tanker and once as a cargo vessel. Well, actually, it's several times. But it's several times. I say once as that same vessel, and then be in the same place down here in Panama at the same place over here? How can that same vessel be in 3 different locations as 2 different vessels at the same time?
Damn, well, somebody getting sloppy entering in the information, huh? They don't feel like coming up with no unique names.
Yeah, it's all over here, Key West, all down by Havana, Cuba. It's all over the place, that same vessel name. But it's a cargo vessel and it's a petroleum vessel with the same name. Right now, as we speak.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. Well, I did want to bring that story to the family's attention because it just didn't seem right to me that they claim is the operative word, that they invested $5 billion, and then the wall to the improvement fell down. But everything's okay, and they built it because they wanted to expand for new traffic coming in.
Well, you know what?
Okay.
They just explained that investment. They put up that $5 billion to get somebody to furnish this information on this internet, and we're looking at that wall they just built.
Now that makes sense.
And see, I thought, brother, that they spent the little $5 billion because, like all of these doggone, I call them corporations masked as governments do, they fleece the people and put up these projects, and people are pocketing stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they're pocketing that, and then the projects don't get done properly. So I also thought it was a little bit of that going on, but nonetheless, that whole port story is fishy, because another man, William Mount, that's been tracking the one on Washington, the Washington port on the West Coast, he has videotaped, and you can jump in there, swim, do all types of stuff. It was no traffic coming in on that port. It was a blank barge just sitting there. And he has went out there and taped it several times. So, again, just pay attention, family, and in the next couple months, you know, this is Rhonda's little 2 cents and my little humble opinion, I think we're going to see an acceleration on the economy side, because we're at the point now where many of the nations and even the corporations mask as government. You do know that June ends their fiscal year, right? So as of June 30th, that's when the new financial year is supposed to start.
Right.
So just start paying attention, because I truly believe that the ish is going to hit the fan.
No, it's already hit the fan. They got this same vessel fanned out all over the place.
I'm still trying to figure this fight out. There's so much going on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna really have to
look over there. Look over there. Look over there. Look up there at the live map. Click on that, and then click over on the left hand side. You'll see a little thing that look like a funnel.
Okay.
That's your filter, and then set for whatever vessels that you want to look for.
Okay.
The little green one is the cargo vessel, and the red one is the tankers.
All right,
okay.
Got it.
Okay, now, again, family, the site that Brother Wendell is giving us is marinetraffic.com. So I'm going to check that out as well to see all of these same names. That don't make no so-and-so sense. Mm-hmm. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, but what you going to do? Okay, so I do want to go into the ish done hit the fan financial news since we started talking about it. Venezuela. Let's get on Venezuela. Their economy has literally collapsed. Okay, it's to the point now. There you go, Wendell, scraping the bottom of your plate. What you eating tonight?
I'm finishing up some chili.
Mm-hmm. And then he got the nerve to try to sit there and play innocent, like I'm picking on him when he's straight smacking upon the air.
I forgot, man. I forgot.
Mm-hmm. he be straight killing me.
I know you got time went down.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here finna go to the next little news story, and I hear some scraping about the plate.
Oh, don't be funny.
Tell you, he just straight up ain't gonna be right. Ain't nothing that I can do about it. Okay, so the other thing in financial news, Venezuela's economy has officially collapsed. There are multiple stories coming out of Venezuela. One of them was in Yahoo News saying that one of the airlines, one of the biggest Latin American airline, has suspended flights to Venezuela because it says for an indefinite period. And it is based on due to the complex macroeconomic situation that the region is currently going through. This is what the airline is saying in a statement. It said challenging economic conditions in Latin America were prompting changes to its domestic and international routes. In this context, the companies will suspend temporary and for an indefinite period their operations in Bolívar International Airport in Caracas. Venezuela is in an economic and political crisis with a shortage of dollars, making it difficult for businesses to operate. Pay attention what they're saying. I'm going to read that again. Venezuela is in economic and political crisis with a shortage of dollars, making it difficult for business to operate.
Wow.
So the airline, and it's called LATAM, that's the abbreviations for this airline, said it is cutting all three of the major routes it currently operates in Caracas, from Sao Paulo in Brazil, Lima in Peru, and Santiago in Chile. Dang, that's pretty much all of the big ones. Okay, now I want to, get down to the good stuff. Okay, and then it said a spokesman told the press it was not clear when service would resume. The reason for this is difficult economic situation and the fact, now I'm finna blow y'all so-and-so wig back. We told you it was coming.
Uh-oh.
The reason for this is the difficult economic situation and the fact that it is not possible to transfer foreign currency out of the country, the spokesman said. Currency controls in Venezuela make it impossible for airlines to convert their earnings into dollars and send the money abroad, which I believe that's a lie. I think it's kind of that don't nobody want the dollars, but nonetheless. Venezuelan president is grappling with an economic crisis that has sparked calls for a referendum on removing him from office. So there you have it, folks. That is yet another economy that has crashed and literally burned. There is also another article on Venezuela, and it's getting, the situation is getting pretty dire over there. This comes out of beforeitnews.com, and this was on Tuesday. And it says Venezuela drifts into new territory, hunger, blackouts, and government shutdowns. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's basically saying that their courts are closed on most days. That's been the public defender's office, that's been converted into a food bank for government employees. Step by step, Venezuela has been shutting down. It says this country has long been accustomed to paying for shortages even of basic food, but Venezuela keeps drifting further into uncharted territory. In recent weeks, the government has taken what may be one of the most desperate measures ever by a country to save electricity, a shutdown of many of its offices for all but 2.5 days each week. And then it also just goes on to say that electricity and water are being rationed, and huge areas of the country have spent months with little of either electricity and water.
Wow.
Okay, and it's even saying that folks are having trouble making international calls from their phones because of disputes between the government and the phone companies over currency regulation.
There we go again.
And rates.
Currency is the operative word.
Exactly. So this article is out of Before It's News. It came out on May 31st, and the title is Venezuela Drifts into New Territory, Hunger, Blackouts, and Government Shutdown. And the article also goes on to state that some of the U.S. Corp or America's companies like the Coca-Colas and a couple of the other big guys, they have basically pulled out of Venezuela itself. So now I do want to remind the family, I want to take you back on a memory lane just a little quickly here, if you could bear with me. All right, does anybody remember Hugo Chavez?
Yes.
Okay, Brother Wendell, do you remember Hugo Chavez?
Of course.
Okay, so were you up on that situation, on what went on with him?
You probably have to kind of update me on a little bit.
Well, what had, my friend used to say, and it used to really crack me up, and then I started hearing other people say, what had happened was right. What had happened was some of the Latin American nations were teaming up with either Russia. We know that Cuba and Russia teamed up. They've been teamed up for a minute. But also the Latin American nations had started teaming up with Gaddafi, okay, because Gaddafi wanted to create their own currency, an African currency that was backed by gold and oil, if I remember correctly. And they were moving people off of these central bank standards.
Yes.
Okay. And so Hugo was a part of that group that was real cool with Gaddafi and was in those meetings because that nation was rich in oil. So he had even made accusation that Bush and them had tried to put a hit on him several times. And he wouldn't bow down, because he wouldn't bow down to them and let them have control over the nation's assets. So then all of a sudden you hear that he developed cancer. And so anybody that's familiar with some of the economic hitman tactics, if they can't throw a coup in your country or your nation, because they tried that first, that didn't work, then eventually they're going to get around to putting you down. Either you are overthrown through a coup and killed. That's what happened to Gaddafi, and that coup is always planned by them. Or they either hit you with a heart attack gun, or they hit you with the cancer virus. And so that is exactly what happened to him. So now Hugo was the prez of Venezuela from 1999 to 2013. Okay, so since his passing, Venezuela has been on a steady decline. Now, I'm not in any way trying to say it was all of that in a bag of chips when he was there, but they were certainly in much better shape than they are now with the complete collapse. Okay, so Venezuela is suffering from the remnants, just like Gaddafi's old nation. I know y'all know what I'm thinking of. Why can't I think of that nation right now? But y'all know what I'm talking about. Libya. Suffering from the same remnants of Libya when the economic hitmen, a.k.a. the U.S. Court and the British Crown and the Vatican, being the whores that they are, come in and raid different nations. Okay, so now that the dollar is collapsing, because their plan was to take over Venezuela and pimp it out for their purposes, for their natural resources, put their central banks in there. I'm sure they probably already have their central banks in there by this point, but the problem is because the dollar and their entire system is collapsing, because now stuff has to be backed up by gold. Venezuela is suffering tremendously for that.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what's going on with Venezuela, family. So it runs a little deeper than what they're telling you about the collapse, because again, they manufactured, meaning the West and the Khazarians manufactured taking out their leader to get it in their grips. So
what it sounds like on the surface is Venezuela has gotten stuck with the dollar and they can't convert it.
That's thank you, brother. And I'm like, you know what? I ain't finna go there, because you know folks will sit up and accuse me of being a conspiracy theorist. But that's exactly what it sounds like to me. That they put them on that dollar standard, and everybody like, sorry, boo, we don't want that. Yeah, we do not want that.
They got stuck. See, they probably accepted one of those proposals and got stuck with that dollar. Now they can't convert it. So that's going to be a big mess here in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's already a big mess anytime you got to ration out electricity, water, food shortages, etc. And this is not the first nation that we've heard in the Americas that's having issues with rationing, because about a month ago, it may have even been 2 months ago, I shared with the family a story about one of the nations that were also having food shortages, and it was a small one. I can't think of it right now. It'll come to me. And it was exactly because of a currency issue. So this can't just be a coincidence. Okay, one time, okay, if you want to believe that's a coincidence, fine. But now this is the second time, and they're not coming out and saying it's a currency issue, but they truly hinted it in this article, 2 separate articles, that they were having problems converting a currency. So you got to read between the lines and see it for what it's worth. And what we are witnessing is a silent collapse of the petrodollar. And, let's make no mistakes. The petrodollar will not be the only one to fall. Any of those currencies that are tied to the central banks that is set up to not be backed by a hard asset will also collapse. So that's meaning the euro. We've already seen that happening with Greece, Italy, Portugal, and a bunch of other nations over in Europe. You're seeing many nations now, including the UK, the United Kingdom, all over there arguing because they want totally out of the European Union. And that is the reason why that currency is collapsing. Excuse me, because it is based on the Central Reserve, the central banks, which is not, backed up by hard assets. So again, pay attention to what's going on.
I tell you what, Venezuela ain't that far away.
Exactly. Well, and nations like that, it doesn't take much for them to collapse anyway, because they were already on shaky ground. And the sad part about it, and anybody that's familiar with that book, Diary of an Economic Hitman, knows that that's what they do. They come into these asset-rich nations and sell them a bed of goods to become basically dependent on fake currency in return for their tangible assets. Because if you have gold, you have other natural resources, you don't need a central bank. You don't need someone to manage, a middleman, because that's all the central banks are. They're a middleman taking something tangible and giving you something that's worth nothing, that you can literally wipe your behind with, because they just get the printing machines and print. Yeah, so it doesn't take long for those small nations to fall.
Yeah, so if they have accepted one of those offers from the U.S. court, then what's fixing to happen next is they're finna start taking all their natural resources, whatever it is they have, to prop this thing up. Mm-hmm. That's why I say that is not far away.
Agree. And to be honest, I think they already did it, brother, when they took the out.
They're probably already doing it. You see, they're just bleeding them now, see, because this thing up here has got so weak. See, they got to draw from somewhere. Now, having said that, I could be wrong with 1,000 left shoes, but you better start taking your little, while you can use your little money, get you something to eat and get you some draws.
I knew you was going to bring them drugs up into play, but... Cause guess what? Okay, they cutting back on electricity and sure, water too, because most of the time it's taking water to make electricity. True,
you see what I'm saying?
True that.
So guess what? You better have you some clean draws.
Yeah, that's at a minimum that you can do. Have you a set, otherwise you're going to be outside doing the rain dance for rain, which you can do, by the way. But I'm just saying to wash your drawers. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree, and I think that they had already taking over their natural resources because the Bushes, and I know Brother Kel, he always tells me with the Sheriffs. I think that's right, Brother Kelly. I think that's really their real name. The Sheriffs have always wanted control over that Latin American oil dynasty, because remember, the U.S. Corp's economy was built on the petrodollar, because everything was settled via the dollar, and supposedly their stuff was backed up by petro. Okay, but it really wasn't so. They were just playing a funky accounting game, but yet they didn't want any other nation to use their hard assets. And as you know, Ray and them would say, to come up in the game. They didn't want people to use their hard assets, so they wanted to come in and did muscle them out. But now we're to the point where they're being checkmated in general, because you have the bear, which is Russia, and the leopard, which is China, saying, well, we're not having it. So behind the scenes, everything, I would say, has already moved to a gold standard.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why you're seeing these other nations' economy crashing, and it's going to continue to happen. So just pay attention, family. Just pay attention. So not sure where Mr. Bomar is. So he should be joining us shortly. He actually was scheduled to join us at 7:30. So we're going to keep moving it right along. Okay, so what else was in the news that I wanted to share with you? Saudi Arabia is another one that I've been talking about for the past 2 months. They seem to make the news at least once a week, and especially the financial news. So just a quick recap on them. First of all, the U.S. Corp and Saudi were thicker than thieves back in the day, and especially when the Sheriffs, a.k.a. the Bushes, were in office, because they funded various business ventures of the Bushes, and specifically George Bush Jr. I think they funded at least 2 of his businesses, which both of them failed, by the way. Okay, so Saudi was involved in a scam of claiming that they have oil and they're rich in assets, but they were basically almost used to me as a front company, because they never had all of the oil that they claimed that they did. The U.S. Corp always controlled what leader ruled over the Saudi nation. Okay, but now that we're at the point where we are seeing the oil dynasty collapse, because the world has woken up and saw that it was all a smoke screen, and any nation that wants to survive moving on to do commerce will have to move over to a gold standard. The U.S. Corp and UK and Israel and all the rest of them have quietly started to abandon Saudi Arabia. So you started hearing stories come out, one particularly that the U.S. Corp now gave the go-ahead for the 9/11 victims to sue them. So, that's just a sign that things are changing over. So, hold on a second. I think I just got a text. So let me make sure. It may have even been an email. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to bring him in. Let me let him know.
All right.
Okay, I will. Let me mute you. Okay. Okay, so I am going to bring on our guest, Mr. Bomar. So let me look for him on the board. So it's 7-9. Okay.
What to look for?
Let me see here.
Try to see if I
7-9. I see him. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. I am going to bring on our honored guest. So let me bring him on, and then I want to share his bio with the family. Let me open up his line. Greetings, brother. Are you there?
Wholeness, sister. Yeah, I'm here. It's great to be on. Thanks for having me on.
Well, great for you to be here. I'm really, really excited to have you on tonight. I have followed your work for quite a few years now, and I even had the pleasure when I was a co-host on Gnosis Cardia to help conduct an interview, and I think that was almost 2 years ago, and it went just absolutely great, and some of your work have been running across different conversations that I've been having with people, and I said, you know what? I think it's time for us to hear from him again.
Oh, certainly.
Again.
It's
so thank
overdue.
you so much for yes. Thank you so much for joining us. So I never want to mispronounce your name. I know people call you Sevan, but it's Sevan, correct?
Either way, these are just titles.
I know, and I try to follow
works.
protocol.
I won't be offended either way.
Okay, because you never correct people. So I'm just going to give the family a quick bio of you, if you don't mind. Sevan Bomar is a widely known spiritual teacher committed to the universal transformation of humanity and evolution for all beings. After writing and distributing freely his book titled The Code to the Matrix, he has been on a non-stop mission of developing step-by-step spiritual activation and interactive enlightenment via various innovative platforms such as the website Secret Energy. So let me make sure. Okay, I'm still on. Somebody must have went on mute. Okay, that's fine. Starting in 2009 with the development of his first social network, The Resistance, which is great, by the way. If you haven't checked that out, check it out, which now ranks on the first page of all popular search engines under those keywords. He began instructing what is now thousands in an ever-growing community through online courses, video presentations, and radio shows. Assisting a wide gamut of seekers worldwide, Sevan began to develop and hone in on various advanced technologies that proved to be effective on a quite diverse audience. With thousands of active adherents globally, Sevan has now launched the Iniversity, that's a very cute name, which is a virtual institute that features a vast curriculum presented in stages with an aim to take the student from a neophyte to an adept. Hundreds have already attended with great success and result. He currently resides in Costa Rica and is dedicated to the full-time development of Secret Energy as a fusing of all his knowledge and experience. Secret Energy is designed with an advanced framework around the core principles of communication, connection, and open spirituality. So, again, I do want to welcome you, brother, for joining us tonight. It is a great, great pleasure having you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. So I do want to introduce my two co-hosts. I have Sis Divinity. She's on the line also. And then I call him Brother Wendell. I get my country twang on. He's joining us as well. So I know that you and I were kind of talking back and forth on some different topics. So you want to jump right into some of those topics, or how would you like to handle it?
Why not? Let's go in, and also saying what's up to the co-host. Let's get to it, because I'm heavy. So
I know.
we can go in deep, like we're not playing games here, and time is not our thing. So we're timeless. And so anytime we find ourselves in time, then we could be potentially in trouble if we don't get to action rather rapidly. So, yeah, I'm really glad to be on and to be able to reach your audience with this type of knowledge and information. But I also want to tell, yourself and the co-host, if there's anything that you want to know about, obviously what's being addressed. I have a 2-hour run time, just so you know. I didn't get a chance to email you back fast enough to let you know I got an extra 30 minutes just in case we need to go in a little bit further. And then also, if there's any listeners, then if they have some questions at the end of the conversation, this is the time to get the information, because, in every tension, I'm taking on an immense mantle, because there's been quite a bit of failures and downfalls, unfortunately, with the expansion of this message, especially to all people. I can't just say my people. I got to say all people, because at this point, if we all don't get it together, then certain disasters will befall one, and then they'll probably befall those disasters again in some kind of infinite cycle. So it's really about everyone waking up and learning what's going on around them, and how the wool keeps being pulled over the eyes every single time, and coming into worlds with no memories. So, yeah, let's go right into to what was talked about in the beginning. We can go by exactly what you had written. I am prepared to address those questions.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted you, because, I just feel, and we talk all the time on this show, that we are definitely experiencing a shift. And I know you know much better than I do about the infamous 2012 shift, but I feel since then that we have also rapidly experienced several other shifts. So from your perspective, what is actually going on in the now from a spiritual perspective with the shifting?
Well, let's just talk about really what a shift is, because sometimes it could be misconstrued for other things. So we want to make sure that we get it very clear. That what a shift is when one house is going out and a new house is coming in, and those houses are similar to zodiacal houses. So when you leave out of one zodiacal house, it's like out with that family, out with that regime, out with that energetic field. And then what comes in is a new one. And it doesn't always mean that it'll be better or worse. It's really still how you're positioned in the wavelength. But you see that change over a power. So really the 2012 was, because our calendars are all, they're all messed up. It's a Gregorian calendar. So what happens is, you have to read it based on things that happen in society. It's not like you'll be able to go and find some Mayan calendar or whatever and try to match it up to what's going on, because we're as a world playing with time. Time travel is actually already possible here on this planetary system. So you're not going to find any old clocks from the past from different cultures that fit perfectly to the timeline that we're in. What we're to understand is where we're at in time based on events that we're participating in. So in the 9/11 event, which was 2011, that's when the shift began, because if you understand Masonry, the purpose of the towers were indeed tuning forks. That's why if you look at the bottom of the base, they do look like the forks. The forks were in a heavy resonant metal, which is gold. And, we can go on and on about it. But when those towers fell down, that's when there was a wave of waking up. Because, see, we have to realize that even the same people that are voting for Trump right now make up a part of the human population. So what they think and what they do is going to affect us. People around the world, China, people in Africa, what they do, what they think is going to affect us. So when those towers fell, regardless if a person knew the truth about what happened, it hit them in different kind of ways. There was a shift and a change. Like many people who saw America as impenetrable and had bought on under that, even in other countries, saw America get attacked And so that shifted their energy and their perspective about what they believed was going on. And obviously the conspiracies went amok. And then there was people even living in the country. They went Patriot. That's when Patriot Day was erected. And then a holy war was launched. So really it's an indication and a symbol within the reality that the old regime, which we find with the sheikhs, we find with the Sumerians in Iran and Iraq, was actually attacked to shift the cycle from them being, as you know, the oil rulers, oil sheiks, black gold, black soul, rulers of the dimension, to a whole nother transition, which, you know, we're actually still trying to get to grips with whose exact regime or house it is, because it's somewhat of a merging that's taken place within a lot of parties. And that's the thing, like, we'll sometimes think that history is going to keep repeating itself, because even our ancestral laws and different things tell us that there's going to be a repeating of things that have taken place in history. So there relatively will be nothing new under the sun. But the consciousness that we're in now, we've actually gone beyond the sun. We've started to recognize even the sun's minuscule position in the whole cosmic scale of our own consciousness. So in that, in reaching beyond, there's been a creating going on that's coming from third-party groups of people that have come into certain knowledge by going beyond the bounds of what books teach or what religions and dogmas teach. You know, you have nucleuses of families that have some kind of genetic connection to deep levels of knowledge. You know, you got people who run into relics or objects that actually can transfer them that kind of knowledge. So you got a big thing happening on different levels to where others are starting to become aware of the conscious knowledge. And because it's universal, the cosmos depends on it. So when you know universal knowledge and traffic in, if you may, universal power, what ends up happening is that for those laws to be broken, then the whole pillars of the entire timeline itself would just crash upon each other. So this means that those laws aren't broke, and they can't be broken. So the more people that realize that and come into the level of the order of the cosmos and understand how to move with the magnetars and the currents, those are like what you see in the ocean. They got currents that have been moving. You got winds that have been moving since the planet began. So if one knows how to move with those winds and those currents, then they virtually cannot be impeded. Now, this still, because our mind always defaults to, is it good or is it bad? Because we've been uploaded into a dualistic construct as far as the language that we've accepted and how we carry ourselves into reality. So from that aspect, it's going to be like, so when is the good thing going to happen? And the main thing that people will understand with what they're listening in the conversation to today is that you have to find the neutrality. You have to find the balance within your own consciousness. And even the definition of what we call balance and harmony is not what it really is. Like, we think that harmony means good. Harmony actually means you don't do the good and the bad thing, or you understand or understand, as we call it, how to balance the poles. And the poles are balanced with elements that are very real, have very little to do with what we think, but more to do with our actions and the vibrations that come from the things that we have the ability to possess, meaning that we actually can go and buy some herbs and some roots. We can go and buy some gold and some crystals. We can go and obtain those things. We can even, if we're persistent enough, go and get them for free. It's just about where we're directing our consciousness and what seems to be important to us right now. So if one is a downloader, this means that they're constantly receiving information and then reacting to it. If one is an uploader, which are very few, that means that they don't take information. They either give information or basically seek and read. So it's a constant progress, and it's a constant action to feel for rare data, rare knowledge, rare experiences, as if you're mining something. And then obviously the only thing that you're mining is your mind. You're attempting to crack through all the BS and all the acting like it doesn't matter, and then all the talking but not really acting, and all the acting like these folks are playing with people's spirit, and start understanding that we're living in a reality right now that is the technological skin that's been put over it has us looking at the tech, but underneath that skin is the depths of spirituality. That's why the computers contain crystals. That's why you looked in the temples, like the temples of Edfu, you see the blueprint of a massive quantum mainframe. You know, some people, like when you're looking at how the knowledge of Ma'at nature and our mother, who's androgen, is taken and then shrunk down, like even the human being itself has been shrunk down a couple levels on human 3.0 or whatever. But all of those things are taken down and then placed into, into little constructs that sit on the side of your desk. And so, but if we understood what was really going on, then that's where our knowledge and power is. So I think one of the things that was presented in what was going to be asked was, where are we at in all of this? And quite frankly, we're quite far from total realization, but, in every bit of that, meaning that in the chance of something happening is if we could go quantum. Because if we can go quantum, then we can drastically shorten and dramatically shorten the time and space in which it would take us to understand what we need to know, not just from a knowledge level, but experience. Because, while we're here learning a lot of knowledge, we still actually have to get into those experiences. And experiences don't always take place in the physical realm, by the way. Experiences happen in the dream. I'm sure people woke up out of the dream and feeling changed and feeling like they really got to do some things. And so it's not all about, that's a part of going quantum right there. The dream world is a quantum space that can give you an excessive level of knowledge that would take you 10, 20, 30 years to learn on the physical plane. And we watched this, like even last night, I was having this dream, and man, we went and traveled a couple places. We had even an itinerary where we were going next. We got there, and so all this is happening in the span of 6-7 hours. While normally on the physical realm, it's months later, and we're still trying to see if we can catch a flight because of Memorial Day traffic. So, it's about that. It's about tapping back into, it's about tapping back into where our power really is. But the first thing that's got to happen right now is that people got to know about the power. So that puts a kind of burden on anyone that has to do that anyway, because it's the gift and the curse. See, anything that's powerful, it's like the old cartoon, don't let the power fall into the hands of you get that kind of scenario, because there's nothing that's powerful that can't be used in a very dangerous way to external life forms. And so that's where you weigh it. Are you going to be able to unleash the powerful knowledge through the experiences that are necessary for people to catch on to what's going on without letting that information fall also into the hands of those who are bent on self-destruction?
Wow. So I guess you as usual, so family, I told you all in the promo to get your notepads out, because his brother goes deep. And then a lot of times, every time I listen to one of your shows, or if you're doing a guest appearance, I always have to at least go back and listen to it twice, because you drop so many jewels and you're like, bam, 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 which is a good thing. I'm not complaining. So my follow-up question to that, when you said that we are shifting, we're literally just moving into another age. You didn't say age, you said zodiac age, I guess. So house. You did. You said house. Absolutely. Right. So what house are we currently either in or moving to?
For each person, it's actually different because it's a quantum mainframe. So this means that literally it's just a shift. So everyone's having that shift, and you can't even tell unless you know the origins of their spirit if they're going up or down. Some people could have been living a much more horrible life than what they were living before, and they're still a fool when you think of them on the level of where you're at right now. And then likewise, the same thing could be happening to one, yours truly. And what happens is that what we start to really see is that because time is moving on that quantum level, that shift is literally a cracking of the shell of the consciousness of the being. So how this works is that a person can become complacent. Any being, any spirit can become complacent. And in that, when they start slowing down, because the aura is a field of movement, everything is waves and sounds. So when they start slowing down, things begin to accumulate on it. It's like if you leave your car out and you just leave it there for 3 or 4 days, and then all of a sudden the dirt's on it, and then stuff starts growing on it. And so that's what happens if you slow down. That's even where Earth is at right now, with why it has so many life forms on it, because it's not moving as fast as it was when it used to be a sun. So what happens is that also puts something in a position for things to live on it now and to grow on it. So in that, you do take the motherly role, but again, you have to realize that all this stuff is triplicity. It has a trinary aspect to it. So there's a good side, there's a bad side, and then there's the balance or the arbitrator or the harmony. So, and every bit of the ages and how the ages are changing, it's just, it's easier for me to explain what would accompany a person that goes to the next level of their vibratory frequency. And then obviously what would happen is the rug would be snatched from underneath them, what they thought was their foundation, whether it's their Christ or whether it's their government or whoever they put as truly the God they trust, like it says on that dollar. It will actually start to shake. And in that, we'll now start to see if whether or not, like they talk about in the ancient text, when your clothes have to come off, like all the garments and the raiments you put on, and then what's left is you. Are you enough to be true enough to withstand what you'll be in the face of? So if you're bolting on knowledge and bolting on power and you've never really assessed that truly for yourself, then what happens is that's stripped in a sense when the foundation crumbles, as a person figured out is flat earth, or person figure out that the Christ myth is even much deeper than most people have even figured out yet.
Right.
And then that whole thing just won't, and at that point the person is now has to fly. So the thing is, the interesting part is a metaphor. You can't fly unless you have ground, unless you have roots. So if a person has been kind of playing around with the whole aspect, what happens when I die, what's going on with my spirit and my real spirituality, and then that's when they're now on the shaky ground. And then what happens is that the person stays there too long. That's called stasis. Then they fall and they hit the next dimension. So basically they hit what is the foundation that is below them. We call that rock bottom or skid row. So this is all a process, again, of we're very powerful beings. This can easily be avoided. Fear is not the way actually to assess the scenario and the situation, but often fear is the alarm clock that wakes up an immortal being from their slumber and allows them to vibrate and shake the shells off and then get into above the speed of light, get their chakras turned back on. Because let's explain just a little bit of what the ages, what the houses are. See, the houses are the chakra centers, because what's inside the chakra centers are memories. Now, memories are the energy. It's the memory of our ancestors and the memory of things that actually drive the dimension. So the memories are there, but remember, all those memories are not that great. For us, we live those memories, let's say, as a child, root chakra, 1 to 7 years old. So the experiences you have between 1 and 7 years old builds a world inside of you. Remember, it's a morphogenic field quantum mainframe. So you, as above, so below. Russian dolls inside of Russian dolls. You'll keep seeing a repeating of every single system within even the smallest organism. So because of that, let's say with the root chakra, and specifically, if the person's been damaged during that time, when that chakra seals, when they become 8, the chakra locks. Because we're not even teaching our kids how to keep their chakras balanced, open, running, basically all of that. So what happens is when the chakra locks, it locks all of that in there. And so anytime a person goes through a spiritual experience, quote unquote, that chakra generally unlocks, and then they experience all that pain over again, and they relive all that pain. And then what happens is for them, it seems like they have unlocked some kind of evil, and that they're afraid of that kind of experience, and then they run back to whatever deity, whatever entity has guaranteed them safety, like and protection. Because in the old days, the kings, what we're dealing with when it comes to deities these days, we're dealing with deified kings like Charlemagne, etc. Those deities sold protection. So they did that on the physical plane, they do that on the astral plane. And that protection allows the person to basically come in service of that deity. That's what they say, I serve the Lord. Same as the House of Lords. And then what happens is that deity has entities, what we call daemons, surrounding the camp. So this basically is like a form of protection in exchange for servitude. And that whole attitude, that slavery, and that goes on from Africa to China to whatever, protection and fortification for servitude. And that's why people evoke entities, and you see it happening in some of the earliest ancient books, but not before then. But these books have, because of the imbalances and the breaking of the bridge, you got people and groups of people calling upon beings in order to protect them. That's called the warship. because the warship is literally an armament of spiritual beings, legions of them, myriads of them, and moving throughout the space that we're calling the astral plane. And the spirits, like where your spirit sleeps, is generally in those ships. So that's why they call it, even Earth is a larger mothership with several ships nested inside of it in that redundant micro to macro cosmic structure that I was talking about earlier, which connects the fibers between everything. And these fibers, because this word mothership actually gets us to the word motherboard. And on the computer, the motherboard has the celestial constellations and the wiring going between those, which are the rays of light, all mapped out on the board to where it's regulating all of this. And then the central processor then would be the sun, processing in all of the, the entire reality. So the entire reality then is sprayed like a seed into all of these wombs in a constant stream. Obviously, this now sounds sexual because sex is six. Six is always the number. Oh, six. That's the whole thing with the Christian thing, because as Christians have that issue with sex, that's what their king is telling them is the main issue: sex, reproduction, and the increase of our being. So the first sin, which is also means connection, SYN, was because those beings did not know how to raise children. They begat Cain. It's just a metaphor. So Cain, is the king. That's actually etymology. Cain is the king, the Khan, the Cohen, the priest. Becomes the thorn in our side. He'll reap thorns and thistles. For many people in the dimension that find themselves under the dominion, the God we trust, I pledge allegiance, will find themselves in that scenario with that particular hyperdimensional frequency. Don't put a face on this thing. We're not talking about a man. We're not talking about a woman. Just like when a person says the divine feminine, they see a human woman. But what about human frogs? Or female frogs? What about female dolphins? So feminine is not just a woman. It is something much more broader. And for our ancestors and for many of us, the only way that we've been able to understand it is to take small pieces of it. Small pieces, one at a time. That's why we work with division. We can't handle the whole thing, subjective plane, like, the ancient ancestors from Kemet, open the door to the subjective plane and even stick a head inside and come back out, doing the impossible, finding out where nothing comes from, creating immortality on the physical plane. So these were the aspirations that we had and that we anchored to as energetic components, because the memories of those who accomplished them, which were written in the stars, which is our language, we always hearken unto, so we knew how to guide ourselves. So we weren't worshiping anything but ourselves. Just like a person, your great-grandma died, you should go and put some flowers there and go and talk to grandma in order so that the bridge doesn't break between your lineage. Because if you can't communicate beyond the film, which is like the skin between your fingers, the film between the dimensions, if you can't send your signal across to connect with what's beyond time or outside of time, then one is surely lost. So thus, what happens here on the dimension is we have many people that are lost because they don't have their memory, so they don't have no energy. And when they don't have no energy, then they can be put under dominion by beings that are not even on the scale of even being counted, meaning they're not above the positives, like +1, +2, +3. So through brainwashing, most people are on -6. So even when they figure out something, they're still on -5 and celebrating, when they need to at least get to 0 at the 0 point and then move from there, so you can see basically the manifestation of your rewards. Because right now this is a punishment-based system, and they talk about when you teach kids on a punishment-based system and what ultimately happens to them because you warp their mind in the abuse. But a reward-based system to where you're showing the individual that, look, you turn the root chakra on, the root chakra in its positive aspect, because it has negative aspects too when it's inverted. But in this positive aspect, we'll put all of the other chakras in line and is the power center. So this means still you can't look at that the lowest is the worst one. See, that's a mentality of what has been bred into us, because the lowest is holding up the foundation that we're all standing on. So all of these different things of how we interpret in the dualistic pole, we can change easily by understanding everything has its three poles. Now, what it's acting out at, that's, for you to witness and for you to, get your pen and paper out of taking notes of what you may or may not do based on the outcomes that's happening to that being. But as far as, again, just looking at each being and just putting them into one category or another, when we start to do that, we do that with everything. And then we do it even with how we see. So we then see dual. So we can't use the third eye and merge all the eyes. So if you have two eyes, right, you can never merge those two. That's what duality is. If you have three, that means there's an arbitrator in between. That's called the wedding chamber. This is when the hypothalamus and the hippocampus and the pineal all move into the same position. And then what comes forth from that is what is real 3D. Now you can see behind and around the objects. And this allows you to see the spaces within the spaces. And now you've collapsed the realm. That's what Eye of Ra really is, not what these folks are making up these days. It's when you have the beam or laser, which can pierce through realms. This was actually one of the only gifts we have and one of the only ones we need, because then that allows us to peer through the envelopes of reality without breaking everything. So thus we're undetected, meaning that just a human arriving on a world as cumbersome as the human being is going to break things. We're breaking stuff now. Every time we walk, we're crushing molecules and all sorts of stuff going on down there that we're not aware of. But when you are in your third eye space, you're moving through the pores of reality. And so you can go right through an organism and it never even detect that you're there. But in that movement, you can discover and learn everything that it's already been through. So that's how we're trained to move. And the thing is that, imagine, here we are, I'm 38 years old, so I'm still relatively young. We're in a reality where I searched. Now, a lot of the ancestors and the elders, they do have some knowledge. But man, it's like, even right now, it's the main level of knowledge and power, more than I've ever seen that was ever available. And it's because, again, the internet is taking folks out. But that means still the gift is the curse. So in the internet, the Project Gutenbergs, the internet's own kids, Swartz, uploading all the books from JSTOR on the Pirate Bay, all of that is going on, and it's, of course, being blotted out by Fetty Wap and Donald Trump and all of what's going, those smoke screen, right? Classic, classic, hey, I tap on your shoulder, you look over here, but I'm really on the other side type stuff.
Right.
And, but at the same time, because when the system is policing itself, so you can't actually go to the next 3, 4, 5 people and then they start hitting you with this. You got to go like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, maybe even more before someone is at that level of aptitude. So this means that you actually don't have many beings to charge from, because that's also what we did with our ancestors, relics and all that was just about charging. They were beacons, basically Wi-Fi, for us to take ourselves into the stage in which they were in when we moved too far away. And we move far away in our exploration. See, there's no bad thing going on here. So notice how the control of the mind, the moment the mind starts to move into the dark phase, hold on, I got a light. We were moving through the chasm. That's what we do. This is unmarked. Who can measure the height of the vault? That's what they tell you in the book. The Mezeraphs and the books of Moses and all this, when it's all over, they basically say they're having trouble measuring this womb because there's no end and there's no beginning. They're stuck where nothing comes from, yet it's embedded within everything, especially those who have control over their melanin. So the reality is here is that we built a bridge because the furthest ones we send out, they become recessive. You got to read what the ancestors are really saying, the ancient teachers are saying. Like when we put out that bridge, when the light gets so bright at the end, it's because they're the furthest ones out there trying to map. And then if the bridge breaks, then we lose all the data. That's like your DNA. And your DNA is broke and turned off, you lose all of the data. So that's why that whole idea that there's someone here to blame and that this person, that person, we could be doing something else. Like when you understand the knowledge, you realize that we sent them in like almost like crash dummies into the mission that was at hand, and they were silly enough to believe that they can do it. When they took those relics from Egypt, based on what happened, it was called Egypt then, but it was Kemet before. Based on what happened, it looked like they should have left them there because the reality of what happened to them was a curse. And now, see, that curse can only be cured. It's like a curse is a virus, okay? So that curse can only be cured by the ones who who put the curse together. That's what they say. Oh, look in these pyramids, this writing, these curses. Now that we understand that in every secret society you're going to see something from the Kemetan tradition, you realize that these curses are real. And many of them are under those curses. And the only ones that can break those curses is the ones who have the genetic connection to unlocking those keys. And so at the end of the day, that's how the dimension closes its own door. Everything they say, they quote from the ancient text, the last shall be first, because they're saying we will always have to close the door. No matter what, you're going to have to return to your origins because every life form around you only knows what it is based on what it was before. Wow. And because it's like sending out its own bridge, crossing it, sending out another bridge, crossing it. But because there's no hocus pocus here, that bridge is made of something, and that is stretched across the souls of the world. The spirits. And that's the end of the day for people who are still confused about the difference between the spirit and the soul. We reserve the soul as the word that actually wasn't supposed to be spoken because it's ineffable. There's no way to describe it. It's what they keep trying to get their hands on, but it just passes through the beaker. And what happens is the spirits, however, that spirituality, study of spirits, they come in multiple shapes, forms, and fashions. As the command said, bring us the vessel. We have the vessels, now bring us the spirit. And we'll fill these vessels with different levels, weights, and measurements, because when they weigh the souls, they're weighing them to determine whether it's going to become a gecko or whether it's going to become a beetle. And all of that, real PlayStation 4, but going on inside of the being's consciousness. And that's what it's using to perpetuate itself and keep itself motivated and entertained and enchanted in immortality, because the reality with immortality is it doesn't end. So the thing is that death was an ingenious invention. Probably Atrahasis or Hotep themselves came up with it because it's not something that actually can happen. If we've once again done the impossible by making ourselves believe it can. But it does give people, when they totally blow it, and we do, a way to wipe it clean again, which was why a lot of people don't remember their previous situations, those chakras that closed up, those worlds that closed up, that even a master in Tibet can chant every single tone from them in the 1,000-petal lotus and bring the world back right in front of you and then throw you into it. And then we think that's X-Men. We think that's Hollywood's idea. Everything they can conceive, anything they can try out in this English language can be done. That's how you try a program before you implement it. If you implement a program and you haven't tried it out completely, everything that can be thought, all the words and the combinations that can be put together and what they would actually equal, no matter how silly it is to you, if that is not done, then that runs the risk of anomalies. And what anomalies are world enders. That's when you didn't build the pyramid and then now something didn't come and knock it down almost when you got done and it took you billions of years. So we need to stop looking at also that, this is the end again, of a life form that's got a billion-year scope on a quantum level. I don't think it'll be seeing its end before we do. The best thing is that maybe we would try to learn from it and try to maybe merge with it, because we can use it as a ship. We are already encased in it, and we have a relationship with it. We can even call it mother. It has nourished us to some degree. And the thing is, when we increase that connection, that's when we increase the connection to everything, because it's already bona fide. Meaning it wouldn't be here doing all of this and hosting all of this quantum mainframe realities, dreams, and all of that, if it hadn't already achieved something that maybe we need to figure out how we're going to share in that or get a part of that in our existence, right? Wow. So then it puts prime back in front of you like, hey, but what's really important for me, though? Like, I get it with the other people. They kind of trip. It's just all based on how the moon is moving with them most of the time. But truly, where am I going? And just because I don't care if it's 4 billion people thinking and dreaming about fictitious illusionary realities, that doesn't mean that I have to. And that's where the anomaly begins. Because, see, they didn't try and test English completely. They were adding to it. They let Brothers Grimm try to add the rest to this language. By the way, you look up Brothers Grimm, you'll see Brothers Grimm were taken in by the Prussians after being kicked out of their own country because they were basically attempting to manipulate right then, and then there was a totalitarian kind of communist kind of country. And then the Prussians picked them up because they were trying to put the U.S. curriculum and all the rest of the curriculums in most of the schools on the Western or actually Northern system in order to, keep the control system going on. So what we're saying is that this is an adventure. So it's not something to shy away from. It's something you're going to have to keep coming back to. You might as well jump on in. And then where it starts is first unhinging the beast, which is often understood. Yeah, that's good. Understood, because that's exactly where it resides. Basically, our flesh, car. That's why I say, incarnation, or karma. Car is meat. Car is blood. So when we keep playing with car, it doesn't put us in a position to actually raise it beyond the Lord of the flesh, the Lord of the beast, King of beasts, etc. But the moment we drop that thing out the payload, out the back, that's when we can get enough thrust to get out of the vortex that many cultures are in right now when they've been debased to believe that their God is in the clouds and look like Santa Claus, when truly if one has not spoke to the God within, then they are a liar and don't know the truth. Likewise, if one doesn't know that God is the Germanic name for Gud, who is the king of Germany, and undead, and every bit of still alive and working on the realm with his agents, then they would not know the difference between that word and the supreme being, which is what we are. But we just need to grow up. Because this baby Kundalini that's going on locked in the Cossacks, and this seed germ mark, which is basically us in our primordial stage, is getting highly abused. And just like the parable of the seeds that don't get put on land that becomes fertile and abundant and allows it to lock in their roots real tight and all that, we get picked up by the birds, who are the bards, and the rest of the angels that they keep showing in the sky as men that don't have genderization and have wings. You see? So it's a very real thing. And like I said, what it should do, though, is because there's a shock value going on in the reality. It's like people keep having to get shocked more and more in order for them to even get stimulus. Since the entire reality is running on memories and running on energy, this means that if the person doesn't have any memories or energy that give them some kind of passion, then they they go almost dead because they have no power. So we have to, once again, revert, I guess that would be the term, our power out of these scenarios and situations, which on the astral look like your tentacles are stuck into other things that are just juicing you. You have to cut. It could be family members. You got to cut those lines so that the system has the ability to charge and recover. And then once it does that, then it can become sustained. It can put itself back on the course. And then you can, once you get yourself together, then become a tow truck on the astral highway, picking up some of these clunkers that people have bought at the $200-300 car lot.
Ooh, so family, I told y'all to get y'all little pads and pencils together, because, all right, now, brother, you didn't drop so much. So, and we still on question number 2, by the way, family.
Okay, yeah. Now we're gonna answer the questions now. Like, enough of the. I'm just showing you the range. I think that it's always necessary in every conversation. Let me show you the range now. Let's get to something specific.
But you just dropped so much science, so I just real quick, and then I promise we're going to move on. Now, you dropped a bombshell because I'm a techie, and I've always looked at the entire realms and universes, per se, as different computer programs. So when you made mention of that, it just really, I don't know, it just really sparked something in me. And as you were explaining the system, I often go back to the movie The Matrix and how they were showing us that these are just different computer program systems that we participate in, these particular realms and the realm that we're in, and based on whatever program you're keyed into is what path that you're taking. So you don't have to elaborate on it anymore if you don't want, but I just want to thank you for that, because not too many people put it in that particular fashion.
No doubt. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I mean, the conclusion of that, just for anyone who wants to check back on that, because, you got these scholars that's lighting them out there, and it's like, okay, can we get to something new? Hey, man, do you know about Sevan? Yeah. Well, why don't y'all start talking about some of that stuff? Not like you're following me. Like, I got to follow the truth, too. So, through truth, you will survive the light eater, but you will have to become completely truth, because truth never fails and it never fades. So we can always stand on there and be comfortable and in a great level of foundation. But I urge in this cosmic storm that we're experiencing that someone begins to seek truth in order to balance things out. So what happens is that in the Sumerian text, in a nutshell, we're dealing with the Sumerian construct. Like the Sumerians were like the ones who were really hating on the Kemetans. And you'll notice that if you look into their literature. But instead of going into that now, because I think that's a question that's reserved for later if we can get to that point, you have to understand their discussion of the MEs. And exactly how powerful the MEs were and what exactly they are. And what they are is how it come to us as language. Now, language is obviously compressed into a symbol. And then when they're broken apart, those symbols become fractalized, okay? And that's a program. That's what COBOL, BASIC, Fortran, all these are symbols, programs, even mathematics, division symbols, all those symbols mean something, and it's when I tell you that it becomes obvious what symbols mean, like division. You see the line in between, you see the two on each side, and then there's wall in between them. That's how you cause division. You build a wall. So anyway, if you see the program as the ME, you have to understand the ancient languages contain power. The only reason why you would use the vocal cords was to evoke. There was no other reason. You need to bring something in from the what we would call spiritual reality, which is inception through your thought, and then run it through your own chakra centers, and then give it life through the voice that comes out of your mouth. And then based on your own intentions and whether you believed in yourself, it would determine if it came out completely or distorted, because it's going to come out. That's what we have to realize. Like everything that we say, everything that we do is going to come out in some shape, form, and fashion. And some people need to be a little bit glad that they don't have as much power as they used to, because if they believed the same stuff they believe now, they would have destroyed themselves. So the reality is that once again, when you have power, you have to be careful what you say. You have to be careful how you say it, and you have to be careful of the reflections of the mind, meaning don't allow the mind to go into judgments. Because when you judge, you shall be judged. And that means something else beside what people think it does in the dogmatic tradition. But we'll go on. So the MEs are these languages, and they're these codes. And these codes are encrypted. So it basically comes out as a symbol. And then when someone has possession of that symbol, that's why you see Marduk encrusted with all these symbols. He's got the 5 and the 6. They call him 50, probably 50 Cent. Is dealing with Marduk, but that's just for another conversation. So what happens is he uses the star in order to, as MEs, which are programs, which are languages that run in people's mind. Now, if we believe for one moment that we think the same as someone who begins speaking Chinese, is because we're still into that whole idea that there's no other worlds out there, and that we're still the, all of the supremacy that we hate so much. And this could be any race, because they would believe that people are thinking the same way as them, even though our native tongues are different, and the environment we're raised in is different. The ground that we walk on is different, and different in the sense that the body has been split, because that was Marduk. Marduk split the body of Tiamat. Tiamat is earth. So what we're standing on, that's why I say earth is alive, you're damn right, is each body, even islands, could be a different being entirely. There's a map out of, what archons took on what foundations that people are standing on, that they're calling their city, their town, or whatever. So what happens is that these MEs are what is traded in a sense amongst these entities, and every time a new one comes out, like English 26 letters plus 26 letters is 52 letters. 52 letters, 52 weeks in a year. 52 weeks in a year is one Anu. 52 cards come out. 52 cards is the English tarot, and then from that 52 cards you get all of the houses. And then from those houses, when the king and the pawn go back in the same box, that's the end of the card game. So that means that, again, tarot is rotate or sator, which is actually Kabbalistic for meaning the wheel. Mm-hmm. And this wheel is what's referred to as the zodiac. So when you put the wheel in your mind, the animalistic forms and zoomorphications that are encoded within the symbols actually unlock into the person's mind and move in the direction in which the language is configured. And then they take on the beast. Because the beast is the encoding of the zodiacal archons that move 360 degrees around the circle. And that's what's known as the craft or masonry, a builder. Mm-hmm. A builder of a gigantic body or a cadman, an androgen, not a male, not a female, but both. With the ability to create. And that's why Earth is here, because it can self-create. It's called parthenogenic. They call it that old serpent. The old serpent is because the only parthogenic beings that really ever graced the whole system of ecology was the serpent. Go look at it on Wikipedia. The being can produce on its own without any other opposing pole. This comes out to us as the hermaphrodite. The hermaphrodite is the tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, meaning male, female, male, female. And then what that is that's a cognate. It's not necessarily the original being at all, but it's a cognate of a masculine androgen. That's why they call it the lost word, because no more masculine androgens are really born on the planet. You don't see hermaphrodites born anymore. But we have a couple to show that it does happen. Right. So that's, again, gets us into the XY chromosomes and exactly why the male is a variation of the female. Anytime you're incarnating into a physical system with XXs running around, if you're a Y, that definitely means that you've come from outside the envelope. And but again, let's make this very simple. So what happens is that in this whole process that we're going through right now, knowledge is everywhere. Power is everywhere. And it just is about whether we're going to go get it. So at the end of the day, or at the beginning of it for that matter, one has to really start looking within themselves and saying, okay, all right, how much more do I need to really hear for me to make a move? Because I at even the first thing, the second thing, the third thing, or the fourth thing, I was there. But what are you going to do with all of this? Like, how does it change you? Is English now so weak that even speaking to you in it doesn't allow you to recognize who I am, that I'm you? Like, I just made the proper steps and had the right alchemical formula so that I can come and bring it back to you. That's the only reason why I'm actually here. I was already gone. I had already seen the beyond. Like, I saw it for real. I wasn't under no substances or nothing. I had waxed so strong because I got really serious about it for a moment. And then it started to really respond. And I said, so it is real. Now I got to wipe everything. Because if what I'm witnessing right now, is not in at least one subject in school, the great deception is upon us. But instead of going into a fear, I'm not scared because I had just died then. That's why I say you can die. Some people experience death. So once you die, it weakens the barrier, it weakens the hold of fear. Because then you realize, hey, it's not all so bad. There's nothing that's bad except for when we make it bad. It's the gateway to life again. So this is when you get a frequency shift. You wake yourself up, basically. You collapse a timeline. See, I'm not talking hocus pocus here. You even now use a D-Wave as a quantum mainframe and shows you the whole process of a quantum computer so that you can build, work, and develop things in a space in which you can do that in. See, Earth doesn't have the space to harness your vision. So we do that in other realms in order to bring it to us in the time in which we need it. And generally, we will pack it in some type of organic, meaning the most organic life form, the most organic substances, that's how we'll bring it. So what is the definition of organic versus inorganic then? When I go to the annuals of 101 chemistry, the difference between organic and inorganic is organic life forms are formed with carbon. That's why they classify many crystals as inorganic, because they're formed with silicone. And so silicone and carbon have a very unique relationship, but it's more than pumping shots in your butt and putting stuff in your titties. So what happens is that when we realize that connection with carbon and we realize we're the organic life forms, we'll understand why this cube, which is the symbolic symbol of carbon, encases all the knowledge that still needs to be unpacked. And so we have those cubes because the cubes that's the pyramids. That's the best unit to store information in. That's why when you go to this hard drive, they should show you these squares and blocks because that's how you can stack things up. It's like Legos. So it's the best way to compress information, but it's not information only. It's also memories. So in that compression contains joules of energy. And so that's why even when your chakras open up and you're all in there crying and acting crazy, you're giving off energy. And in the cosmos' realm, because if somebody was just thinking about, so what does the cosmos or God or the universe have to do all of it? What do you mean? It's perfect. There's a good, there's a bad, and there's a neutral. And it keeps those in balance. And the cosmos is working a perpetual energy program. It's not thinking. So while we're in this, we can decide, are we going to be the millstone or the grain? Because surely, if one just stands around when big planets are moving around, and princes and lords and all the what they call, we're wrestling against principalities. Like that was the last text message I got. If you're standing around when the principalities are moving around and you're not realizing you're beyond Godhead, then you get subject to become some slave on another realm, whether it's in your mind, or it's where you're walking, or it's in your body, or all of them, because it's mind, body, and soul is at stake. Mind, body, spirit, is at stake. And so this is where we're at. And like I said, for people who are just, you want to process information, hey, you can listen to this thousands of times. But remember, I lived there, I've been involved, I dealt with all of the misfortunes that come to one in reality. You know, being a great person, but never being given the opportunity, you know, living in crazy household, crazy mom, no dad, all of that. And what I'll tell you is all you have to do to get out of that vortex is drop the weight. And the weight, just like if we're in a ship and it's about to give out, we're going to tell you, hey, empty, how much stuff is in the cargo? Well, we got 5,000 kilotons. Drop it. Yeah. Because that weight is what's causing you going to fall into the vortex with the weight. The weight could be too many materialistic objects, too many states of consciousness that don't have no end to them, no solution to them. You're in the wilderness. So all of those different things, but mainly these religions, these gods, drop the weight. Even like some people, they're now making the commitments external. You can't externalize phenomenal cosmic power. Like, look at one of those movies. You see how the demon act when you bring it back into the realm? They don't want to be here. You're talking about too much power within the small envelope. So you can't externalize all powerful things. You must keep it contained in your own vessel. See, the body is the alchemical vessel. They're the same size of the beakers that were used by the greatest alchemists were correctly and accurately sized to be the same as what was in the human body in order to accomplish the great arcana. The great arcana is how we can eat a cheeseburger even and then produce a seed of life. We can distill somehow life. Remember, the philosopher's stone is a concentration of whatever force that rides through everything that allows it to become alive. It's believed that force can be synthesized, meaning concentrated. Then it could actually reverse the pangs of death, like basically make a person that's old young again, basically dirt back into gold. So what happens is that when we look at what was really going on, we realize, oh, shoot, they went external again. Stay out of the external. The internal, the alchemical vessel, you already have. The holy chalice and all the rest of any kind of relics are all inside. That's what they were all references to. Sure, there was always external correspondences, but they always were subject to what happens in external realities, breakdown, decay, all of what goes on in the realm of a life eater. And I only say that because, hey, I don't look the same as when I got here. I'm getting older, I'm wiser, but I feel the strain of having to continuously stay in communion with all the energetic fields that are around us. This is an orgasmic life form. Nobody is exempt from it, meaning that there is a mating going on with what you breathe, your oxygen carbon coming into carbon dioxide, and your pheromones, the essence that's coming off you, all of that is going into another life form, and it is utilizing that and then exuding something that you may in turn attempt to do the same thing with. So that's called a symbiote. But if you get into a vampiric relationship where, again, you got your energy being brokered out by Eve angels and galactic brokers and all the rest of the gods that, then come into the position of being controller over your life, then you end up having an energy link. And just like any ship, when your fuel is leaking, it ain't going to be long before you're stranded. So that's where I find my people, and my people are all these people stranded on the rock with the engine out. And what we're about to do and been doing is we're going to jumpstart this thing, and instead of looking to something external to do that for us, we're going to create it within by doing it on ourselves. That's why they tell you, hey, be the change you're looking for. Yeah. Convert this vehicle back to what it used to be. Raise the Jed. All you have to do is use your consciousness. I don't care if you're fat. I don't care if you got one leg or half retarded. If you comprehend what I'm saying to one degree or another, and I just speak in tones, someone in China could hear this and know exactly what I'm talking about if they just stop for a moment, turn off the monkey mind, and really listen to what exactly is being said through the tones and vibrations. We're here for you. So that's what we're talking about here. And it's such a shock, though, because, like I said, I look for the knowledge. And I was like, what's happening? Like, I went through, and I've gone through 20,000 books. Like, I have other ways to do things. So the reality is that if I got to take down 5,000 books, like, I'll convert all the books into audio and have some computer read them and just learn how the computer reads, and then be doing that while I'm working out at the gym. So people are like, what do you listen to? I'll be like, man, this book. They're like, how do you work out and listen to books? It's because this thing serves me. This beast serves me. I tell it what to do. I'm on the throne. So that means I'm actually in the corpus callosum in the top part of my brain doing the arbitration between the gonads, basically between the universe that's in conflict. Universe, united, verse in conflict. All the parts of the body who are the archons, each struggling to be in their house. Hey, it's my time. And then doing that right over the top of when there's a time and place for everything, and it's not time for that. You see what I mean? It's like the body will move out of its own cosmic order and start crashing its organs, which are planets, into each other. And then once one of your planets crash, one of your ships go bad, now it's going to weigh heavy on the other ones. So they're willing to communicate and to get that stuff together. I'm saying metaphorically, talking to your body. They're willing to, hey, if you crash your spleen, it's going to put so much work on your kidneys and your heart that each one of them are going to go out next. And then your own bridge. See, the thing I mentioned today, all of what I said can be seen internally or externally. You have to put then the components back in place to being inside of you. And everything that I mentioned was all going on inside. So it's like one of those movies where you get to the end and you realize that, that's cool. That was a good movie. I thought it was something else. I'm talking about what's going on inside of you, and then how to label this stuff properly in order for you to jump on the battlefield of Arunja, defeat a couple of the gods, the Vasuki, the snake, and all of them from sitting on top of the chakras acting like they running things, to restore order. That means to actually put the body back into check. And then by first stopping what creates a bad ecosystem when one animal is feeding on another animal for its flesh. Take the rope that was given to you. That's why they show you the corn. It's a symbol of we gave you vegetables. A monkey eats vegetables. A gorilla eats vegetables, rip your arm off. A horse will eat vegetables and rip your arm off. So it's not about, hey, you need this stuff. You need creatine, a complete protein, and amino acid. So you need myothon to go to Amazon to get hemp, pea protein, and brown rice protein. And then you need so that's what you need. You need those three. A creatine. You go to Dr. Kassar's site, type in creatine, and get the little $15 bag of creatine that you don't need but a teaspoon every other day of. And that's all meat will ever give you. I'm at 200 pounds right now, and I can knock a hole in something if I have to. And I've been a vegetarian for 12 years, and it was only till the last 3 that I realized that every single person out there that has said they have reached the envelope of making vegan shakes and all this other stuff didn't know simple stuff. Simple stuff. And that's the thing. It's like, I had to go back and check everything. Sometimes it just baffles me. If I didn't believe that you were your only person, I would believe I was sunk into some kind of reality and where I was going to have to emancipate the entire thing, and that was the whole process of my own evolution. But I know that the truth is each one of us that are around are just as conscious and sentient as I am and trying to work their way through this and get to a level to where we can all connect again. Because it's also not about flying off nowhere and trying to find some other planet and some other thing to go off to, because you're going to run back into the same thing over and over and over again. We deal with this now. And the main place that we also start, we're dealing with the prisoners, because that's the, I don't want to use this word soldier. That's a soul dyer, a dying sun. So those are the companions, those are the components that are needed in order to cause the insurrection. That's why they're chained down. They chain them down. They put them under the oath. They bring them in there as masons, and then the courthouse is a docked vessel on land, running on maritime law from the Merovingian king. Everyone's in there, masons. Some of them accept it, some not. Then the ones that are not don't even know what an accepted mason really is. So it's madness as they chain down more the spirits in the world. But I tell you, the crucible, which they call the crucifixion, right? The crucible is when you put someone under so much pressure like I was that then they break out. See, I got out of my body because my consciousness refused to be stuck in that cage. And it said, okay, y'all locked me up, but I have another body. And I started lucid dreaming. And that's when I realized that, hey, only in that realm are things omniscient. You call a name there, it's going to arrive right away. Here, there's a time lag. And in that time lag, the beings that are slightly on a higher vibration than us, they call them fourth and fifth density beings, like that's a big graduation. They move through the space so fast, we look like slow-mo to them. Mm-hmm. So it's only, again, till we activate. That's the only solution for us. Behold, I saw the ladder coming up and down, though, meaning understand that this is not just about ascension. You have to know how to descend. You have to know how to go back to your roots and to deliver the seeds that you've been given to spread on those fertile grounds. You have to learn how to be a true husband, a caretaker of the land. Male has female and female has male. So we're not talking about some male specifically or female specifically, but to get in there and to be the husband of the gardener of the planet and the terra, the earth, the dirt. Because by all means, damn it, if they call it earth, don't you think you should be planting some seeds? It's written on the wall. But what kind of seeds are you planting, and are they growing up to be mature? And in this, we'll discover the keys to everything. See, this is not an unhappy story, but it's a lesson involved here. And the teacher does have no intention of making this easy or telling you everything. Because even I'm giving you the words, but you got to go and create the action. See, that was our powers. We knew that the words, that the words, they just were the words. The actual manifestation and the actions were the key. So that's how knowledge protects itself. See, they'll never get into the sanctum, which is, the key to how our consciousness actually even functions right now. They can't enter the holiest of holies. That would just destroy the entire chain. That's like playing with the RNA. You can change a person from that one person. Playing with the DNA, you change their entire generation. So you see, that's the holiest of holies. And that DNA, while being able to be replicated, is not so much as being tampered with. So, this is just the reality of what's happening. It brings everyone up to speed, lets them realize that, okay, maybe we need to study a few other things. And then, start connecting the dots, because the other thing is you have a lot of this knowledge already. That's why you can comprehend a great deal of it. But at the same time, you have to realize that it's very intelligent, this reality we're living in. So even the people that we think are super stupid, that's only to our chagrin. They have actually quite a bit of knowledge that they've collected from the Royal Society and from the Library of Alexandria and from different places, to where this knowledge is actually given freely to every single human being if you wanted to know what happens after you die. And generally that was because you saw someone that you cared about die in front of you. And then you would actually go to the netherworld. That's why the pyramids were they were. That's Lower Egypt. So in Lower Egypt is the underworld. So people who wanted to figure out what happens when you die went to the underworld. And those trials they weren't for play. And that's also what makes the difference between a neophyte and adept, because the adept is adult. And until then, you got a bunch of kids running around, 50-year-old, 60-year-old kids running around in the matrix. The matrix is the matrix of the womb. But then when we're ready to, okay, Mom, I'm out, then, and not do that in a disrespectful way, then that vault opens up, and then that, say, oh, it's the secret of the Sphinx. You realize, okay, that's a lion and a snake together. So that's a cat. So what we're seeing then in that zoomorphication, which is how our ancestors spoke, is that the one that crawls upon the earth and the one that soars in the sky can be made to be put in the same body, showing you their range. Like if you try to put a cat in a room with a snake, or try to put a lion in a room with a snake, and watch what happens. So the ancestors are showing you we could take the most opposing forces, smack their heads together, and allow them to agree to come into life together. And that's the symbol. So when we just take that kind of thing, we go to sleep on that and just start thinking about it, reboot. Like they said, the computer, reboot your stuff, and then wake up tomorrow, because you can do that. See, the thing is, you could do whatever you want. So you're the one that decide whether you start over again, that you're going to erase everything, and now you're going to go with some new stuff. See, some say that that's a trait. I've been studying it, trying to figure out, how long do you hold on to grudges? Like, how pissed off are you when somebody does something to you? Because that gauges how quick you can change. If you're already over by the nighttime, and even you do the gesture like, yo, man, just to, stop the drain. What I do sometimes, because people are thinking about you, if they're thinking about you in a negative way, it's draining you psychically. So you call them up and say, hey, man, I just want to let you know that no matter what you think or whatever, everything is still cool, man. I just, it was something between me and you. Each time is the time for the person. Whatever you got to say, you don't got to be their friend again or none of that, but just neutralize it. And once it's neutral, then the wane or the reaping, or the strain that they give you through the psychic hating you is over. Likewise, don't cause that kind of thing go on. Even if you have to isolate yourself for a while just to not deal with people, don't get into the whole brain gym. Don't get into the whole emotional gym right now. Like, the thing is, you could do anything you want across time, but right now is not the time to be working with negative forces. And then one of the questions is, how does, studying knowledge, conspiracies and things of that nature end up equaling to darkness within a person? And it's because, let's just face it, when you see blown up body parts, there's no way you could cut that to actually becoming something like positive energy. Now, it can boost you into realizing, hey, this is serious, and that these folks are crazy, and that, whatever you come up with after that. But if you do that on a consistent basis, you're reading magical books to really discover what's going on, but they're magical books nonetheless. You read about the Baphomet and what he's got going on. You watch the dresses, LL Cool J and all of this. And then when you get so much of that going on, your organism is still like, where's the life, though? You choking me out in here like it's all negative, because then the poles or the aura is switched on the body. And then the body then has to feed on the negative current, because it has to feed. It will always feed. So then the news needs to come on. The news, CNN is the number one. That's Kane again. The number one spot for people to get that negative energy so that they can eat it. The spirit that they've harvested now, their seed has turned into a eater of this kind of energy. It can't sustain itself on, hey, we in the community right now, and we making youth, like my brother Life, from Lines of Life and Life to Griot. He's out there with the kids in the hood, and he's transforming them, and it's working. But, that story gets like a little downplayed to, but there's the bigger thing going on. How much bigger? Like, one of these youth, look at me, I'm just the beginning. One of these youths can turn over the whole thing without the Messiah complex, can realize the pitfalls of everyone that came before them, from York to Elijah to all of them, Wallace D to, you name it, David Koresh and JPL, Jack Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard. And, I've covered everything. So I see the pitfalls that happens when you call the wrong being, or when you get the equation wrong, or you set a date, or you don't let people know if it's going to be the man or the mission, then it's going to be the mission. So that way, if you get compromised, people don't think that what you were saying is compromised. You make them the central character in the theme rather than something else that can perish, or had never appeared in the first place. So those are all the pitfalls. So once we have that coming out as a mentor, because remember, we all use mentors. It's the reason why you speak The language you speak is the reason why you know what you know. It could be your mother, it could be your teacher. We use mentors in order to give us a bigger understanding of what's going on that we have yet to experience. And then we take that knowledge, and just simply because we add it to who we are. If you want to do the more is greater, then you're greater. Great. You've got that now. So what you're going to do? And that's what I mean. So look at this last thing here. So what happens is, let me show you how to reverse the mind. See, we think having more is greater. But even division shows us the more you divide something, it becomes weaker. But in retrospect, if you count it, you have more. So this is the same thing that happens with the X and Y chromosome, because the female chromosome contains, I believe, 23 chromosomes. The male chromosome contains 26. Then what's seen as the male is actually greater. But this is not the story of greater being more powerful. Actually, the less you have, the more you're closer to the original origin. So you see how just the ideology that more is greater can invert the entire equation for you in life. And then even deeper than that, if we're looking for who to blame it on, we'd be no different than the Christians, because that's all the scapegoat. And at the end of the day, if you end up meeting Baphomet, then you'll realize, because you've been playing around with the whole scapegoat, Azazel put the horns on the sins of the people on the horns and send it off into the woods. Azazel can devour it, and that become the sacrifice or the expiation or the atonement for the people's sins. I mean, come on. When we're ready to start dealing with our own problems, then we'll be ready then for someone else to not be involved with our own personal progress. Until then, those will become the crutches. Those will become the codependents, like AA and Narcotics Anonymous. Those are your codependents. And that will be allowing you not to actually reach the heights that you could reach, because you would be sharing the energy with something that is basically brokering and taking you. So that's the whole scope of it. Like, I think that we really, really cover. I mean, amazing transmission. And the other thing that people should realize, because that's why I don't turn anything down with my collar these days, what happens is you never know who you're in the room with. The interest should not be, especially at this level, not so much as who you are, but who everyone else is. Because if you know your value, then you know who you are, then you should know the connections that you're making are equally as important, if not greater. And also, if you think that the bodies that you're sitting in are what you really are, then that's the biggest trick that's ever been pulled upon mankind and woman, because truly we are the spirits within. And the spirits of the ancestors are always around us. They've already gone outside of time. But there's a lot of them. So even at this point, the message will reach what's on the auric field and all the energies that are there. And that's how. So somebody says, how do you get all this knowledge? That's how. I assist others, so I have bridges everywhere. I don't exclude one race, so that way when I'm trying to cross a bridge, I'm trying to go from yellow into green. They're like, but we're green and you're yellow. I was like, man, you need to check the books again. It's like, oh, yeah, you are green, too, because you helped a green. Okay. See, I'm giving it to you in layman's terms. But this is what happens when you don't judge and put a limitation on what you can reach. Remember, the greatest teachers can teach you something without you even know you're being taught. And that's in the teacher realm what they strive to be. Remember, everyone has their own thing. Some people do language. Some people do masonry. Some people, they build things. Some people paint. So I teach. I'm a savant in spiritual knowledge. So it always requires me to attempt to simplify, to connect, to eloquently place this message in the right chronological order in order to unlock those keys that have weird shape holes. Meaning you tend to not find those kind of keys. That's why in the Matrix they had the key maker. The key maker opens the chakra that is shaped by the damage that has been caused during situations that only you may know about, so you think. But then when one that's not moving with sorcery, see, sorcery is to get another person to serve you. The medicine woman, the medicine man, etc., was in service to the people. You see, it's a difference. And that actually is the only difference sometimes in the powers that are often used to accomplish such feats as moving negative energies and entities and all sorts of ignorance and darkness, which that's all they can be, off of other life forms in order so that they have a chance in this. And in that chance, then, because they have an oversoul, y'all got to listen to the show Rainbowism, I believe. They have an oversoul. What you're really doing is you're actually coming into agreement like a handshake with their oversoul. So now, like I said, so, whatever happens that you may not be able to see, even if you're 5 or 6 days in the future, like I'm playing chess on the world right now, I'm 5 or 6 moves ahead, at least. And you move through the future through your own dreams. And this is what the rewards are for when you clean your being. And you just, pack all that stuff up, move it out. It served its purpose. Don't regret, because all of that makes up the foundation that you're standing on, everything that happened in the past. But you must move on. You must keep climbing. So that's what it is.
Wow. Now, I know you started to venture into some of the questions that I had given to you prior to the show as discussion points, and I do want to make mention of the recent show that you did last month on the 7th on I Think Radio. So, family, I highly encourage you to go check it out on his site, The Resistance. It's a great site, by the way, the site. Going to check that out.
Actually, they can go to Secret Energy, because it'll be a lot easier, because everything is more in order there. Because we did kind of archive the Resistance site, but yeah, they could go to secretenergy.com, and then they'll see the players right there on the left side from SoundCloud, or SoundCloud/Secret Energy, and they'll see all of these shows that you're referring to right there.
Absolutely. And while we're on Secret Energy, you also have a wealth of free books that folks can, electronic books that folks can tap into. So can you kind of just tell us a little bit about the site? Me being a techie, I was quite impressed, and I see where you all have just recently upgraded. I was used to the Resistance, and now you've gone to Secret Energy. So if you could just kind of give the family an overview of the site and some of the things that you have, since we're on that topic. I don't want to forget.
Well, most certainly. First of all, just to make sure, can you hear me clear? Because I am kind of getting a breakup on your end, and I know that sometimes that's fixed by simply resetting the line. But I mean, I can go ahead as long as you can hear me clear.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. So I'll just go ahead and explain that. So what Secret Energy is, because obviously, I'm a doer. So what happens is that all this knowledge and information is almost like a crystal skull if you're just holding it all in and you're not distributing it as best as you can amongst humanity. So there was a sequence of events that obviously brought me into writing the book, The Code of the Matrix, which is about 6 years old. So if you read it, don't be surprised if you see me quantumly further into the future than what I wrote there. But there is some very core principles that I believe became a catalyst for so many people in order to get them into the right mode of thought and state of consciousness in order to keep expanding. So there's the Code of the Matrix, which actually bought the Resistance 2010 site because people were really requesting that they hear more about what was going on in the book. And then I started doing the radio show thing. I remember, doing Isis Wisdom shows, in the beginning, and just really connecting with the people through Blog Talk Radio. And then we started a show called Esoteric Radio. And then we kind of moved the show names based on the experience, because the biggest thing about this is I'm just telling people about what I'm experiencing, and generally, synchronistically, they're experiencing very close to the same thing, or if they're on the path, then it gives them some pointers to what they may face next. And so sharing this information, it kind of morphed into the Universal Mother, and then eventually it got to AstralQuest. And AstralQuest is actually a site now. It's astralquest.com, and a lot of the older recordings are there. But after a while, I started, leveling out, because I was also realizing that spirituality just in itself, the study of spirits, was consuming all things in my life. And this is also something a person should be aware of, is that, especially if you're kind of fanatical in a sense to where when you get onto something, you just penetrate it to the depth. And spirituality doesn't lend itself that easily to be penetrated, like, you're going to find out everything. So I spent years and years, I've been raised, and this is 5 years old, but really coming into this strong again for the last 6 or 7 years. And what's happened is that during that period, I eat, sleep, drink this. And I started realizing that it was becoming so all-pervading that I needed to kind of like level out and start to think about the future and about other things. I had a daughter, and, start really putting more longevity into what we were doing. So at that point, because I've always been very proficient in the world as far as whatever I engaged in. I realized that what was really necessary is for me to just come back to present, like, I had gone to the future and all the way into the past. So I need to be present and look at what's going on in the reality right now and what's making the major changes. And I really came across open source as being one of the major waves to what was changing industry. And obviously, I've always had this thing that, every time we discover something, we never consider its spiritual application. So I became really one of the forces to take anything that I find that's become very powerful in the reality and trending and very useful, and see what its spiritual applications can be. And so that's how Secret Energy started. It's really an open source spirituality platform, and that just means that people from all around the globe and different levels of knowledge are able to contribute that knowledge in some form or fashion, whether it's they ask questions, where they send books to us, or whatever the case may be. I mean, it's really completely open. That's open source. And what we've done is we've implemented a system in place to where we can categorize that information, and we can actually create an interaction between chat boxes and these kind of things in order to become a facilitator of the knowledge that's on the highest levels without getting the trolling and the disinformation and all that. So you'll find directories that lead you to people that are bona fide of teaching a message that we know have come really close to cracking the whole thing without taking you too far out. We also have, we even have karma-free wealth, which is something that we're starting up, which is basically how people can begin to monetize, but not do it with things that are going to be diametrically opposed to their progress. And so that's Spirit Text, and that's actually at spirittext.com, TECHS. So we also have documentaries like, we have, if you have 15,000 members, you have 30,000 eyes. So what happens is that we're everywhere. Like, we got people everywhere, and, it's just all about, building your consciousness. So there's no, we don't play around in the physical reality. So there's not telling people to go and do something if they go march downtown and nothing. We're not going to play that game. So we're working on a different level, and many of us connect and continuously connect with, some people say, hey, you was in my dream last night, you taught me everything, and do you remember? I'm like, man, I'm on Prime right now, so I can't tell you yes, but did you learn something? They're like, yeah, man, it was totally inspiring. I was like, okay, well, there we go. So what I'm saying is we're moving into another space and understanding our power as people and human beings, and having these spirits and the ability to actually connect with each other through the same line that synchronicity runs down, which is an organic grid, as we call it. And so Secret Energy is like the virtual version of that. People make connections. Some people even got married and all sorts of stuff on the site. So more than anything, it's a very nice place to be, and we keep making more and more connections. But again, or I don't like to use the word, but moreover, the rest of what you see in the reality is just resources. So you get tons of images. Some of the images that I've been collecting, since the beginning of the quest, from one keyword to another keyword. Again, you get the documentaries. You get references to news stations, spiritual advisors. There's an amazing store of the products that we found that work the best for causing activations if you damage the ship. Some people always say, well, I don't know about why you have a store. And I'm like, well, you think this stuff is free? You think people are funding us?
Right.
At this point, I've been in 7 years, and there's only been really one person for one moment that stepped up and said, hey, I'll help you with, stuff to keep this going on. And that person even faded rather rapidly. So it's very interesting to, that this is really yet to really catch the steam that it truly, even this conversation alone, like the conversation today was powerful, but, we have 400 or 500 conversations. And, in each of those conversations containing a nugget or a jewel that someone can take and extract for quite a bit of time in perfecting themselves. So we know basically that the glass is still half empty, half full. So we're actually going towards the progress of becoming a household name and actually becoming someone that people even know about, like many of the movements that are already out right now. And so the platform in itself, just to sum it up, it gives you all the tools and everything that you need for free. And then what we have to keep ourselves sustained is we have an amazing store that allows you to have products that we know that work for causing the phenomenon which we describe. And in addition to that, for those who don't like their conversation to be all over the place like it was today, because, this is cool to smoke to, but some people really want to kind of get down into the first subject. So we created the Iniversity, which is basically a school that teaches people on the top of these kind of topics. So we go through different things like current and currency that teaches you why your body is actually responsible for your monetary wealth. We teach celestial mechanics, which basically convinces you beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're connected to the universe. We have language and symbolism and deprogramming, which, teaches you the language and the meaning of some of these symbols and how to actually undo some of the things that have been done to your consciousness. So, we go in, but we focus, and I always say we, by the way, because, I've never seen anyone do anything on their own. You took a breath, didn't you? So, those are the real supreme beings. So what happens is what we do is we bring this knowledge in the best format that we can. We have a lot of integrity. So in that sense, it can't come looking any kind of way. I can't see stuff all over the place. And we work every single day, 15 hours a day, 16 hours a day, 6 years, to make sure that it's on a platter. Because when I'm held in account, if they ask me if I did my best, I'm going to know I did my best. And that's kind of how this started. Was I was asked had I done my best. And because I've seen my best before. And that's the other thing, we do so much for all this other stuff. Like we've seen ourselves shine. Like, you got a test tomorrow. If you flunk it, you out the course. So you up all night and you ace the test. Like everyone has a different aspect of the story somewhat like that. It was like all the odds was against them. It was 5 of them. And you still got up out of there. So we all have these stories to where we've seen our best. And now we need to start asking ourselves, are we doing our best to actually progress our consciousness? And so that's the question I wake up with, and then I go to sleep with, and then I'm in the dream with. Because I be in the dream doing this. And it's just, that's how it's filling every fiber of who you are. And so, and like I said, each person does this in a different way. I'm just here. I'm the voice, the mouthpiece, the trumpet, right? And I'm just telling you, because that's what that's what I do. That's my station at the ship. And each of us got these different stations that we do different things. And we are a bridge. So we can build a bridge to places where otherwise there is no bridge. So when sometimes when some got to get low, they're like, namaste, I can't. Sister, I can't look at that. I can't be there, those negative energies. And I'm like, if you ain't learned to turn negative to positive yet, then you ain't figured out the great arcana. Right. Because that's what this is really about. It's about, we didn't look at the darkness as we were scared of it. We looked at it as we came from it. And that's, and that's what it is. That's mystery. That's chemistry. That's the study of the mist of the darkness. And because from there, that's what emerges light. Like when I see the sky, I don't see mostly lights at night. I see darkness. And then the day star is the world's Kundalini, so that's definitely going to shine at some point, and that's what we call the sun. It was even funny the other day. I was like, because the male body is kind of wired more towards the sun. Obviously, the female body is wired towards the moon, but you can actually configure it to where you can be receptive to both of them. But the reason why the male gets the morning wood is because when the sun comes up, it's actually the sun's Kundalini, so it actually triggers the male's Kundalini, at least when he's at a point of vigor. And that's what that is. Some people ask me those kind of questions, and I'll be like giggling when I have to answer the question because, again, we're living in a society that, for some reason, we can't even discuss, pushing the magic button and saving semen and any of that. But yet and still, Shorty can get on and twerk and do all of that, and then that's okay. And so this is the compartmentalization of how the society is running. So you get to a point where, you realize your strength, and you flow with it, and then you don't fear anything, so your time is gonna come, hopefully. Some people are scared of the death, and I'm like, I think you should be scared of living on this thing forever. Obviously we will want to use another body. Like my next body has wings. Even now, you have wings. You can get in the dream and you fly. It's because you have another spatial. Right. So we look forward to those kind of things.
Wow. Well, I don't want the idea kind of hog the conversation. I'm sorry to my...
Oh, no, you did. Look, you hog the conversation. The elephant in the room.
I just kept interrupting.
The co-host was like, forget it. Forget it.
Exactly. So, Sister Benedy, did you have any questions? Any insight? I know he's deep.
Actually, I'm busy. Yeah, actually, I'm busy taking notes. It's really awesome. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. So, Brother Wendell, I just brought you back in. Sorry I hit the mute.
I know you got something.
I do, Manuel. You know how he is. He's the hot mess of the group. So.
Yeah. Look. You mentioned bridge several times.
Yes.
The word bridge. And you also mentioned current. And you mentioned energy. The way I view this whole ball of wax that we're in is that somehow we got trapped into cyclical thinking rather than linear thinking. You get what I'm saying?
For sure. What they call it is a circle. Because what happens is that when we look at a coil on a two-dimensional level, we see a circle. And really, there's a lot that's really two-dimensional about the reality. So when you're right on it, because when the consciousness is stuck in the duality, it's literally in a circle. So they call it courses. He's run its course, and then that also gives us the word curses, because that's actually what the curse is to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. So never you really expand beyond, right? So for sure.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to see if we was on the same page, because a long time ago, I figured that out a long time ago, that we got to get out of cyclical thinking and start thinking linear. In other words, tear your rearview mirror off.
Exactly. I mean, it's just like that. I mean, it's expanding the consciousness, and it's really like an orb. We can actually move in all directions. Even the term ascension is a little bit tricky, because it actually means just moving up. But the reality is that when we gain more consciousness, we expand. So that means we go lower, higher, left, right, in all directions.
Right.
And so that's the way we want to move, rather than this, in the circle, you're repeating yourself. And then sometimes even the linear or the straight line, because it just looks like one direction or the other direction. And it's like, we need to keep expanding and get more into, giving ourselves more options in a certain sense. Because, that's also where our inventive state of consciousness comes from, because, that's when we start thinking about, okay, but what if I don't have to follow this particular tradition and what it's saying? And even though it's been thousands of years and everyone's done this way, what if there's another way? And so I think that that's also what's come out of all of this experience that we're having, even with being in the United States, because realistically, sometimes when you're in other places, if everyone's already stuck, and everyone's in this circle, and then someone got the whole script wrong about what we should be doing, now the whole thing needs to be rebooted again. So none of this is pretty anyway. And then the procedure, though, of one getting to a point where they can start thinking freely, because the thing is, like, even for us to be on this radio and things and talking right now, we've come out of dominion. And then also, sometimes we think of the reality like we live it right now. We don't understand that only 250, 200 years ago, reading was not commonplace. Most of the time, people have Bibles that they could not read, and they just used as talismans to ward off evil. Not that they could read what was in those books. So let alone you got 5, 6 books they didn't bought Metal. You're reading Rosetta Stone, and you jump across the internet. You didn't jump on a site. They talk about reptilians, and no, that wasn't possible. But also remember that same, like I said, the gift and the curse. The reality, even from the controller's standpoint, was being hindered by not allowing that next jump or leap in consciousness of allowing people to basically read and share knowledge. But that's why they opened up the university, so that way they can work the compartmentalization, and they can give these high levels of knowledge to have a super slave, not a superhuman, like a superhuman. No, a super slave. So, but that could do things that were on a caliber of actually running a complex reality, like building large weapons, those kind of things. When you can't read, you're confined to picking cotton and building railroads and buildings and that kind of thing. But when you can read, then you create the age. So I want to conclude something also about, because we talked early, the first part of this was about how ages change. And I've definitely gotten deep into that information on certain recordings, but just very specifically, you see the age change by the current. Just like what Wendell was saying, I heard you mention current. The current or the currency is what controls the age. So you had the gold, that was the golden age. You got the industrial age. Then you got the plastic, that's oil, that's that age, and then you move into the computer age, and then now it's going to be the age of ether, where ether is going to be the currency. Even now they have this site, it's called Ethereum, and they use the open source algorithm, the same thing as Bitcoin, in order to create another form of currency that's backed by the people or their belief in its actual value, because that's all money is now, is just a belief in value, not something that's actually backed by anything, which you obviously know. So there's people who have now taken that system and said, well, why don't we just make our own? That's what Bitcoin is. And then even the banks are trying to explore Bitcoin as an option because it has a 0% fraud rate. And the amount of money that's being lost just within fraud alone, the Nigerians are banked up over there, hooked up with the Chinese, and the money from that check that you just thought you were going to deposit and it was going to clear and you were going to get that money because his father was some sheik or shah that has, you get the Nigerian scam letter. But people don't realize that the United States has been defrauded billions of dollars from the Nigerian letter because of the flaws in their banking system that they showed on Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio, which is still there. Wow. So, it's just interesting to how, you see that, but that's the drama. They got the Dragon Mother. That's just her saga. And, in all of that, it's like, okay, let's shut the TV off, though, because I got to get somewhere. It's like I've seen it all, I've done it all, and anything that I haven't, I can simulate. Like at this point, they got so many different humans in the world. I can find someone who's done that, and I can tap right into it. I can look on their Facebook and see that somehow they didn't get to it either. And what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to cut a new path out in this forest, because it looks like the path where we're supposed to go has seemed to grown up. And then now we're going to have to go down through there and deal with the snakes in the grass and the big-ass birds flying in the air if we have to, because by all means, like our ancestors said, we got to get free. Yeah. And freedom is a funny word, because I don't see freedom on a planet that has any constellations that are in an orbit. Or orbit means that, these things don't even slam into each other because they all have a chain or a current that controls, they're also called fixed stars, that controls their movement. Freedom is you don't have no controlled movement. You're like a comet. You just come through and they never see you again. So that's, and when we realize that, it's like we can latch a hold of anything and take it upon ourselves because we are everything. And the only way we can lose that is to be made to forget. And it will never be because it's not there anymore, because that's not possible. It'll only be because the memories have been tampered with. So that's what the ME is. Remember, that's the beginning of memories. All we got is our memory. When one gets really old, it will only be those joyous memories or the ones of sorrow that sustain them or keep allowing them to decay. So that way, when it's time to go, they won't release themselves easily from their bodies. This is the last thing. See, the goal is that when it's time to go, because you done left already several times, you can easily glide about the body. But if the beast is scared because now it knows it's the end of its term and it doesn't know what's going to happen next, this can happen externally or internally, then it will cling to the spirits. This is why our ancestors and the children of the ancestors are facing so much situation, because these beings are clinging to us out of fear, and they just are tearing us up in their fear because they won't release themselves. So it's like something that needs to be put to sleep. So that's the compassion, because the Divine Mother will take care of a retarded child. And this is what we need to realize, that ultimate compassion means you don't throw the child away because it's sick. Like, think about where our mothers were. You in there, you defecated all over the place, and you stink, and you bad, but mama's still there in most cases. As we know that as the world keeps turning, that magnetism, that's mag, right? That's ma. That magnetism gets weaker. So, to tighten the core is what we're doing. We tighten the core of Earth, our roots. And then that brings the planet out of that 23.5 degree wobble, lets it stand up straight, because the planet is actually going to move at the frequency of the collective. So the collective, most sentient being, the overmind, actually resides within the cephalopole, but can easily be switched back to the human being. That's a sidebar. But the humans are strong enough in order to guide the ship and control the ship. So anytime they were talking about the Igigi man in the ship and all that, they were referring to the consciousness of the planet on the Earth, being able to use Earth like a ship that it is, get back into the mainframe, and let's go somewhere out of the vacuum, because This is how it is. This is how you know this is the truth. This is how you visualize it. Earth is getting sucked into a vortex of the past. So we're repeating ourselves because there's nothing new happening. We turn on the jet, and then we glide up out of the vortex of the black hole. Nice knowing you. We experienced that. There was things gained here. We mapped some stuff out. We saw some things. And then we fly ourselves into the subjective state, meaning that we won't have that whole, oh, I know what I'm going to do. See, that's called the zone or the zen. You don't think about shooting the ball and the ball going in the hole and how far the hole is. You don't see no real ball player doing that when he gets in the zone. Anybody who reaches the zone does not use the mind, so they're not thinking about what's going to happen next. They are just on a channel that allows them to know that whatever is going to come next is the greatest thing that could ever be experienced, and that's all they need to know. There's no spoiler alert. I don't want to spoil it by knowing what's going to happen so that I can get disenchanted by it. So people trying to read their future. The only purpose of that is to read through the karma that you're living out in your judgment right now. That's what the Book of the Dead was about. It was going to tell you how to read your life in the stars. They call that astrology. So you can realize the karma that you're living out so that you can change. You can get out of that house. And instead of jumping out of the frying pan into the fire, meaning going to find another house to lay in, you were going to become universal. And then in that universalism, you were going to tap into everything in the universe. Simple, basic instructions. The entire conversation summed up in that sentence.
Woo! Yes, I just remembered something I wanted to ask Mr. Bomar.
Okay.
You mentioned having wings in your dreams. I do this quite often. I fly. Can you touch on that again? I'm often taking flight in my dreams.
For sure. I mean, as a symbol, you see it as an elven star. It's a 7-pointed upright star, not to be confused with the inverted star that has the 2 points, which actually equal the wings, which is generally a symbolic of an elven kingdom, or also known as the elves. And obviously, every time you see the elves, except for the melanin recessive ones, then they generally have wings. And then those wings are the extra appendages that give basically 2 other organs in the body. So what happens is, and that's a physical body, right? So on the spirit body, that means 2 more chakras. And this chakra basically gives this person the ability to understand how that they can basically fly. And so they have a thruster, because each of these, let's say it's still a ship, each of these bolt-on components have a function. That's what our arms and legs are. They're pieces of animalistic traits. So the arms are Mars. That's the anagram. The Taurus, or the torso, is that constellation, the 7 sisters, the Pleiades. So all those, that's all in the body. So when we have those extra chakras or extra experiences, then we have another spatial, and this enables us to actually fly or move in that direction. So on Earth, we generally move left and right. We generally don't move up and down naturally. So those are the spatials of access that we have, and that gives us evolution. Evolution moves in that pattern from left to right and right to left. So that's snake to bird. Snake being electric because it hisses and spits. Bird being magnetic because it's gentle and the bird's brain moves on the magnetic fields, and that's how it guides its flight. So everything in between there. And then so now that up and down, behold, I saw the ladder coming up and down once again, that gives us either appendages or the worm. The worm is actually the ability that's also the esoteric name actually for Kundalini. It has its ability to bore or drill its way into something. So that's why Kundalini is residing in, there's 2. So that's why they say, there's 2 suns. There's the one you see outside, and then there's the one in the center of the earth. The one that's in the center of the earth has bored its way. They call it the bitter wormwood. It's bored its way into the center. They say even it made the ocean that was fresh water taste like salt. And it still resides there. And that actually is the connection to much of the occultism system that you know as voodoo. And that's basically the entities that reside within the world, because in the centers of the world, because their worlds are covered with water. And through, that's what they call the Atlantean cataclysm, the island that was between Africa and I can't remember the other continent, but right in between there sunk. And what was really going on is they were going through that shift. And that shift changed them from humanoid to aquatic. So then the new age came, and Oannes and Tiamat, who's Yemaya, emerged from the waters as the teachers. That's divine feminine, divine masculine. And then that's the Dogon, really, not Oannes, because Oannes is still a corruption of the pantheon that the Greeks invented in order to usurp and take the birthright of the mother, which they sit clearly right in their text that they will take the birthright. So that's another conversation. Obviously, I mean, powerful conversation. No, I definitely got to come forward at a certain point. Notice I didn't say backwards. And get to it again, because we definitely moved some quantum space. It was an amazing connection. I can't remember a better transmission to date. And that's generally how we love to have it, is, every time we come on, we introduce something new. It gets more smoother, more cleaner, and we're able to share this abundance. Because remember, our mother is symbolic to abundance and pleasure. And remember, it's a male-female too. So when I say mother, remember, it's parthogenic. We always have to cancel out the dualities in your mind. This thing has a masculine pole, just like you have a masculine pole. Earth can birth things. It can create things. But we generally see it as primarily feminine, because we like to see it that way, because that means it's warm, it gives pleasure and abundance. Like I'm here in Costa Rica, man, mangoes fall off the tree, they go in the gutter, like they get run over. People, there's too many of them. In the U.S., they're $5 and they taste like water. So understand the difference. The American setup is cities that are based on a waning Saturnalian. Saturnalian is not always negative, but if it's inverted, that's the inverted 7-pointed star, then it's waning. And then it's scarcity, death, pain, and that's a cycle that we're in, that we've somewhat accepted by, I won't even say we've accepted it. Forget all of that. Just understand that, or understand that that's where one is at when they're in the city, which is Hindu word for power, and it's all configured on a Saturnalian grid. And then they can't charge from their mother because there's no trees. There's no real wild animals, because, see, you're not trying to actually get around the wild animals unless you got your stuff together or you may be packing up. It's the essence of those animals. Remember, these animals are bridges. They're themselves, they're entire planes. So their frequencies hold up certain levels of the planes. So even when they're just around, then that part of you is nourished. So everything doesn't eat KFC and McDonald's. It needs other things to allow itself to grow. And all those things can be found in nature. That's why they call it the nectar or the nectaru. And the nectaru are the elements or the tones and vibrations that are the pillars to how realities are formed. So I definitely wanted to say wholeness and balanced vibration. I know there's probably more questions, but I think that we've definitely done, we've definitely done more than enough to get people to ponder a little bit about who we really are.
I appreciate that.
Yes. Well, are you open? I definitely want to be respectful of your time. Were you open to taking some questions, or are you?
Yeah, let's take 3 questions and see how it happens.
Okay, family. So I'm going to open up the phone line. So get your fingers positioned, because we're only going to be able to take 3 questions. So bear with me here. Okay, so if you have a question or comment, press *6 to come into the queue. So we're going to start with area code 951. So let me open up the queue. Okay, 951. Greetings.
Greetings. I really have a question for him, and it has to do with astral traveling, because he says that when you travel, you know that you were there. I remember I've said this before, Rhonda, that I went to the Orient. I got onto a ship. It went underwater. It opened up really quick, and I was somewhere else. And I remember this very vividly, and I said, this is real. I knew this was real. And the ship was full of people. And I know it was the Orient because of the way they were dressed.
Exactly, and it's because that the primary way to the next realm is within, and that actually works externally, let's say in the reality, and the center of the core of the planet is the gate. That's what's the bottom of the pyramid reaches, because the pyramid is equally as high as it is below, and because of where it is on the meridian, it touches that point at its base, and that becomes the symbol, which is basically a three-dimensional Maltese cross of how spirit comes into matter. So when you see the images that are written, the glyphs show the spirit coming forth into the day. And the spirit is basically moving from the underworld into the world of what we call the living or the daylight. And then it takes on the matter, which is sprayed onto it by the sun. And then and the rest of the cosmic bodies that are used to compose that person, and the weights and measures of that govern what they call their zodiac sign. And that encases them with the traits that equal their personality, and that's their character that they generally act out in this movie until they realize that the world is a stage, and instead of just being an extra, they should at least go for the good part and then start realizing how to become multifaceted, multidimensional. But for sure, that's what those kind of experiences begin to lead the person to, because even while they're experiencing it, others are around, or other spirits are around, other spaces and the essence that's there. If we understand how to absorb that, even we can go even back to those moments, really strong moments we can go back to, because they're signatures in time. That's why when a person dies, they see the significant moments in their life, because that's where there is a spike in their wave frequency. Everyone's frequency, everyone's a sound. So when an amazing situation happens, for better or for worse, there's a spike, and they can recognize those situations from those spikes or signatures. And so a person can time travel in that way and access that space, what was there, the energy, the writing on the wall, etc. So for sure, it's a real thing. And it's great that we're starting to figure it out.
Thank you. Thank you for your knowledge.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here with the family. We really enjoyed all of your conversations.
You're more than welcome. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Like, I'm over here like, I can't mess this up.
You know what's so interesting about that travel is that, you know, when you go underwater and you go deep, you usually have to wear, you know, oxygen. We didn't need any of that. We didn't have any problem breathing underwater.
Well, that's because another body was being used, because the pressure that's put on a person, whether they go too high, because remember the same thing happens. You go too high or you go too low, you generally need a suit. And it's because that's how it locks certain kind of bodies out of that realm. But once you're using the other body, then you can actually go, and you don't need to utilize what is called oxygen as your primary form of living. And, you know, it just takes on a whole other body. So that's how we know that we lose the concept of this body, and we jump immediately into another one that operates another way. And then also to realize, and the last thing about this, which would be an injustice not to chime in, is that, see, below sea level is the netherworld. And you'll see that on the Sumerian diagrams of the world, and also even in some of the Cometans, if you understand what you're looking at. But what controls it, actually, where the space is the density of the water. So many people don't realize that they're actually underwater now. If you take obviously a dehumidifier and you put it into a room, you're going to get all this water. So we're breathing in water now. It's just the thickness of the water. And that's why the deeper you go into the ocean, you get into real ma'at, black goo, because it's super sentient and it's so mineralized. And so every rock that's ever hit this place, every meteor, you know, billions of years, everything that's ever hit the water will reach the base of its vortex or its point and congeal there. And so that's why it's so powerful there, is because it contains so much essence. It's sentient on its own. So it's so fertile, even when some egg or seed or whatever is dropped into it, if it reaches that level, life is given to it. And then that life, which is large, because most of the entities that are in that level of the deep are so large, they begin to expand, and in themselves they become the land masses that later on future generations walk on. But they'll walk on it as if it's not alive, even though acknowledging that their mother lives. And that's the madness. Like they always say, oh, the earth is alive. You see these trees growing out of it, nothing dead. could have something grow out of it. But we need to see it. When third eye open and you get on a really high mountain, you start seeing the large life form, and you see it breathing, and you see it morphing and camouflaging itself as everything around us, even if it's cars, just to not scare us into what it really is, because it's everything, and anything that we make and anything that we create, it will live through. And that's the deep, like nothing you see around you, I don't care what it's made out of, was not pulled from it. And that's why it says, you cannot give anything to me, because where would you get it? And you cannot take anything from me, because where you would put it. Where would you put it? You will put it right back into me. So, and that's the next level, because that level is not in the level of scarcity. It's like, it's a whole nother level of power. There's no limit to its power. And what we're doing is we're prepping ourselves for that experience. So whether it's the ayahuasca, whether it's the crazy dream, the lucid sleep, whether it's the jail sentence, whatever it may be, all serves for the spirit to reach the stage of its oversoul.
You are so deep. I had an overload.
I had to go to church on them there for a couple seconds. Wow. Well, sis, I know they had to have answers to questions.
Thank you for his time. I know. I thank you. I thank you for your time.
Okay, sis. Thank you so much. Peace and love.
Thank you. Peace and love.
Okay, we're going to take the last caller, which is 214. Okay.
Hello, Runner. How you doing tonight?
Greetings, beloved. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing. I can't think of the word from hearing what that brother just say. Woo!
I'm telling you. I told y'all to be ready. I told y'all.
Where you find that brother at?
I don't even remember how I ran across his information, but it's been years, and the first time I heard him, like I said, I had to go back and listen to him 3 times with my notepad, and I've just been following him all along. So I'll shut up about me. Go ahead on and get some of this brother's time while you have the moment.
One thing I'm going to say what you say, Runner. Brother, you done pushed my wig way back.
That's this Saeed is saying, but
it makes us all feel good. Like, that just lets us know how much power we have amongst ourselves, because, even to hear that, it got me like, I'm about to George Jefferson walk up out of here, because the transmission was flawless. I'm like, shoot, I can sit back for a couple months. You're right. But still, it's like, shoot, they can digest that. But brother, all of us making it happen.
I'm just going to say a few things, because I don't know how much time you got, because I can talk to you till the world comes to you. But anyway, a lot of people call me Dallas, and I'm the cupbearer. I don't know what you know anything about that or not. But this is what I want to talk to you about. I heard you say the ancestors saying that we need to get free, correct?
That's correct.
Now, this is what I've been looking at, brother. I've been off into a whole lot of, you heard the spiritual world, correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go too far off in it, because by me being a cupbearer, certain things I can't talk about now. But I've been off into a lot of things, and what I've been looking at life, a lot been hidden from us, I've found out. And I think they did it through the DNA. But everybody got their mind, I call it the greenback dollar. But I've been thinking, if we could figure out what been taken from us, we would need the greenback dollar. We can manifest whatever we want in life. And I'm thinking it comes from meditation and all what you talking about. You sound like you got the answer, brother.
Well, it just so happens, brother, father, grandfather, I've done the work that's that's necessary to get to this stage, only because of really hearing the transmissions of others that I've been inspired by, and my peers and people all around me. And one thing that I definitely will say is that, see, what the dollar is, I always say before I have this kind of conversation, is an ode to what a piece of paper can do. And many think that just the concept behind the dollar bill is what allows it to have the power that it has. But actually, the dollar bill is a talisman. The dollar bill was configured through a hermetic science, which is different than alchemical science. But that's, there's a couple radio shows, I think Radio 1 can see the difference between the hermetic traditions and the alchemical traditions. But this is the configuration of a two-dimensional imprint that actually, with the magnetic strip, attracts a person to their own demise. And so one is basically to attempt to balance out those kind of currents, because it's not that you're going to be able to just drop it right away. But you're right, that alchemical configuration on that dollar, which is deep levels of symbolism when it comes to frequencies, that's what you see in the webs and the nests. Those are cymatics. And then you see the signature, the two-dimensional imprint of the dead president, which is obviously necromancy, right? You're showing images of someone dead, and then you have their signature there. So this art or craft is ancient. And what it causes is it causes a resonation to the ideas of the core of where those bones reside. So wherever those bones of those presidents reside, they generally are on a field that is configured geomantically to emit this level of enslavery and what's going on with why we have to utilize that particular greenback in order to become a form or a barter system for our energy. So you're definitely right that once one's turned on to their own energetic field, what happens on the money level, again, because the world is using it, is that the money does actually come abundantly as long as one plants it properly. And then eventually you realize, because if you're trafficking in this kind of knowledge, you realize sovereignty is actually obtained first spiritually by disavowing. That just means that you go against the system that is emulating some kind of external entity as being the end-all, finish-all for people. And then you work to control real power, because remember, these in the dominion realm, they're working with electricity. They're working with water. That's their powers. It's not like our ancestors in the level of their power. But through that power still, your water, your electricity, there's a heavy level of control. So when one is able to produce their own water, whether they have a well, their own electricity, whether they're using solar power, then they actually symbolically put their spirit in the next stage of its own sovereign freedom. And so these are things, that's why I say as above, so below. If you find that you cannot work at something on a specific level, there's always a spatial. There's always a place that you can undo or work in a way where you can free yourself from certain things that will otherwise be impossible in certain places. So like moving a stone, like in physical reality, that stone ain't going nowhere. It's too heavy. But you move in the next spatial, you can move it onto the top of the mountain and then come back in the physical plane and find it there. So that's how we move large objects. And that could be an entity. That could be over profane thought, like money. That could be anything. We can easily go, when we understand this knowledge, I remember knowing is half the battle. So just simply the mind hearing this today already is at work. That's how fast it moves. And because the mind, body, and soul moves in conjunction, because a lot of people are like, oh, that's only the mind, that's only knowledge. No, you don't know what's going on then. The mind and the body and the soul move as one. So even when the mind hears something, it passes it on to the soul, or the spirit, And then the spirit, being as a flaming fire, will try to whip up the beast to do what needs to be done in order for the next level to come along, because it has heard something greater. And that's why they say even the jinn can be convinced. If you read the Quran to them, the Quran was the book or the Kabbalah which read out the secrets of a person's body, numerically equivalent to the number 19. not the book that was brought into publication after the Abrahamic traditions attempted to usurp the entire throne of the kingdom of the world, also known as Brahm, and his wife Saraswati, which comes out of Abraham and Sarah. So what we realize again is that something new is on the wind, and it cannot be stopped. And those who move with that force cannot be thwarted. And the only thing it requires is integrity and truth. That's it.
Valid.
Like, as far as your flaws and all that kind of stuff, that's petty. Like, if we cannot agree in where we are now, then we want to change the past. So you have to just get comfortable with yourself and where you are. Like, hey, what I did got me to where I'm at right now, but I can change. I'm not going to be judged. See, the judges are the hebdomad. Those are the 7 gods that reside around the realms in circumference, like the old Sumerian pantheism of the 7 realms, 7 days of the week. When you're not judged, meaning you come out of that whole idea that you have to harmonize with some kind of state of consciousness or some kind of punishment system, all of those kind of things, then one passes by them because they cannot see them. This is like what they show you in the Kemetan. You see the big deities, and none can cross their gates without being basically shaken down for their memories. When one is not judging, they can't even be seen, so they just glide right by. And this, again, is way a different level of knowledge for the traveler, but that's what we're doing, is we're traveling now beyond the scope of this realm. And instead of going there looking for knowledge like we're scientists or on any of these kind of systems and craft that they've been using that are defunct, what has been abhorred in heaven and brought down by those who were brought low, we're going in there and we're just staying open and neutral. And we have our birthright, which is our mother. And there was no being in this vicinity that didn't know about our mother and doesn't have kids by our mother. And that's why, when they try to demonize it, they go, oh, the harlot. But see, every Mary in the book of the Bible is all the same being. And that lets you know the different aspects of how they're referring to the divine feminine. Oh, she's the harlot. And no, she was the one that Jesus used to kiss her in the mouth. And you just have to keep reading the books until you realize, oh, man, and then, of course, the experience. So this is a great time for us. And we will not allow that time to be spoiled by our programming. Because that's why one has to always, stay on the throne, move back in the mind. The moment the mind tries to go into, because it's going to do that for a while, when it starts going into, but we're still going to, whoa. We are not going to do anything. You may go and do it. That's how you put the temples in check. See, Cain and Abel are in the temple. This is the good angel and the bad angel, right? Cain was the bad one. Abel was the good one, according to the documents. So, but they sit in the temple, meaning they sit in the left or the right side of the brain. It's all metaphors. And then they're always like basically talking about doing opposite with what the other one is doing. And this keeps us in this conflict. But remember, the conflict is generating power for the cosmos, and the cosmos is riding across like it's a chariot. You see, so we can't look for sympathy from the cosmos. And this is the deep thing to think about, is that it's all energy. So our conflicts create energy, just as the pistons moving back and forth on an engine create power. So if all is energy, then the whole conflicts of what goes on inside of this crucible is only fueling a much more larger life form that needs to exist in order to become the foundation for something even greater than it. Meanwhile, you're in this. That's always like to just segue out of it and be like, but meanwhile, I'm in this. So just as having this microcosmic universe within myself, that does not mean that when taking domain and sovereignty over myself, that I have to agree to any of this going on with me. And if this is the case in which my name has been written anywhere, because I'm nameless, I'm only a frequency that never repeats itself twice, I disavow. And that means I'm out of it. So I'm out of the confusion, because that was what was on the Oath of Harmon and all of what they were talking about, and all the let's go do the deed, and the giants came in with the women and all of that. Like, okay, that's great. I close the book now. Where are we at? What have we learned? What have we gained? I'm holding count, recompense on myself, not others. I'm not trying to master over others, master myself. I'm not a sorcerer. So in teaching that, then one sees the truth within themselves. And that, to me, that's the greatest arcana right there. That's the formula. So it's so funny, because if we keep trying to find it outside, we'll never find it. It's like something on your hand, but your hand is too close to your face, so you can't see it. And that's how it eludes us. But when we step back for a minute and take just a look at ourselves, we start seeing the incredible existence. And then when you reverse engineer that, any person that ever worked mechanics, you reverse engineer that, you realize the whole thing is sentient. So we're not in a dummy. We just need to wise up. And then once we do that, we change the frequency. So by cosmic laws, which is, I don't want to play with land law, I don't play with Merovingian law, I don't play any of the cosmic law. Now, what has been done must be undone. You must untie this Gordian knot. And then don't give me that it's impossible, because that's what our ancestors do. We do the impossible then. So these are the guys, and these are the women, and these are the beings, and these are the spirits that you call when it's time for the impossible to be done. And it looks like to me, when ignorance, pestilence, injustice, and abuse of our children comes over the land, then I incarnate. Meaning no matter what days I'm in, what stupor I'm in, if I'm running around the club or whatever, I get a page. And then that page say, hey, it's time to wake up, Supreme Being. Because everything that you are is at stake. It's the age-old time again. Mm-hmm. And we must respond to that call. So this Donald Trump is the final Trump. The final trumpet. It's the time for people to wake up. If so many people can be led to, I mean, that was a joke at first. Now it's not funny. Mm-hmm. We can see the level of where people are. It's like they're putty in the minds of the media now. Hollywood is the politics. I mean, Reagan started that. Shit, it goes back even further. Mm-hmm. So we now say, well, what are we going to do? We need our power. And our power doesn't come from outside. It comes from within. If you can't configure your consciousness properly, you can't even hold the power. It just burns up your lines in your skin. It's vivid. It burns all up through the veins and the nadis of the body. The chakra collapses. So that means we got work to do. But guess what? We have the ability. We have the genetics. We have the memories. We have the help. The only thing that we got to do is agree to be available to ourselves. It's time for you now. You need you. So all the extra stuff that we're catering to, all the codependencies, like I said, the people that, are pulling from us and the things we keep engaging with, trying to hold it up, you get the page. And now you know the knowledge is here. So now there's no excuse. See, they say, woe to the ones who know. Not the ones that do not know, because they shall know not. So this just means if you have this knowledge, now where much has been given, much is required. And that just simply means applying it in your everyday life, sharing it with others if that's possible, without destroying relationships. Some people, they'll fight you over this. You tell them the Supreme Being, they'll try to kill you. How does that work? You see what I mean? Think about it. You tell someone they're the Supreme Being and that they're actually the God, they'll try to kill you. That lets you know how far we are. They're like, well, there's no God but Allah. There's no God but Jesus. There's no God but everyone but them. When they fill in the blank, it's everyone but them. So you see the gig. The gig is simple. So we actually restore the person's power. As they remember, we put back on the members, and we're their members. And that's, that's the membership. That's what it is. So, I'm glad that, you got a chance to not only hear the message, but also the message touch you in a one way or another. But I will say, it's surely your presence. Like, we're in this presence together. And in that, we're going to be all right. Because the other ones, they may feel the burden of this. Like, oh, but how can I do it from it? No. Slow down. You do what you can do. I'll do what I can do. And we're going to be all right. I can guarantee you that if you can guarantee it to yourself. Yeah. And that's what this is really about. It's about us linking together. It's not about one person doing all this. It's not about who's the smartest. It's not about any of that anymore. We're realizing where that's all getting us. And where we truly want to be is together. There will never be a greater time than when we all come together and there's no arguments, there's no gossiping, and there's no scarcity, somebody trying to make money off the other person. When all of that is removed, like I say, when the illusion is gone, what remains will be the truth. And so all that fakeness, if that's what you are, that will go. And if there's nothing about you that's not illusionary and fake, then you won't be there because you won't remember. But if you get truth and you allow it to fill you completely, when all the smoke clears, you'll be right there and you'll still be sentient and you'll know about everything that happens. And that to me is my personal goal. Not immortality. You're going to live forever. Deal with it. But can you remember forever? Ooh. Can you move with purpose? They call that a tornado that's guiding itself. You've got that much power, but you know where you're going. You're not just running into folks' house and all of that. And so this is what we earn back, and it's piece by piece because the more energy and power you get, the more range you have. Now you get more orbit. Mama lets you stay out a little bit later. Daddy gives you the car. So now you have more range. And that's what this is about. Eventually, till you become untethered. That means now we can not have you on the silver line or have you with an umbilical cord so we can reel you back into the reality because you've gone too far and you're lost. You can now get those training wheels off and then go into what they call the unknown because no one wants to know it. And it's not because that they couldn't get that information. It's because who would want to spoil it? Because every time we get something new, it's fascinating. So if we, again, keep trying to predict everything that's going to happen next, where's the joy in that? We have to only be secure with ourselves so that we know whatever happens, I'm going to be straight. You're not supposed to, whatever happens, I already know I'm going to be straight, Charlotte. Right. That's how this really is. If you do your work on yourself, you know whatever happens, you're at least going to be better off than whatever happens to everyone else. But it's not also that loose. You die daily. I change frequencies almost daily now. And there's not a different person per se because the core and the foundation is there, but I've added something myself. I've collapsed another parallel running on the side to eventually bring all my presence here, be here now. So that way your energy is not delegated across all those dream worlds because we need you here now. So it's like, wake up, Alice. You're in Wonderland. You need to bring all your yous back into prime, into this reality so you can activate your power. And then from there, you'll see what it is because now your unique mission, your unique frequency, where you'll be, what you'll do, no one can say. Only they can know that it's going to be great. And that's what we're dealing with. So that's what it is. Like, and man, I won't go ahead and desist for only now, but I will be back around again. And just to let everyone know, they can check us out at secretenergy.com. Iniversity kicks off June 21st. It's semester 2. It's going to be amazing. We got manuals for everything, and lots of topics are covered. And then you get the imagery, because sometimes for some people, seeing is believing. All this that went across the day was like, well, that was great, but, I love science fiction. It's just like it doesn't actually hit them until they get hit with one of them pictures because we're in a seeing and believing world. So when you see this in the diagram or on something that was pulled from the Royal Society 150 years ago when they didn't have TV, so all they could do was illustrate and write, then it starts to click for you because you see the images of you on the other parts of the timeline and how you react and how you act and what the symbols really mean and what they do to you and what you've done with the symbols. So that's what it is.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you.
Two more questions, Rhonda, for him.
Okay. Are you asking me or are you telling me?
Rhonda, this brother's so bad. I need these 2 questions, Rhonda. I need them.
I know, but are you asking me or are you telling me?
I'm asking you. Okay. I'm asking you.
I will gracefully ask him if that is okay because I want to be respectful of his time as well. So, brother, if you're up to taking one more question, I'm not going to give you 2.
Well, one I need to know, do we have a YouTube?
For sure. Like I'm at YouTube. Well, first of all, I'm not turning anything down but my collar, so I will address the questions.
Okay.
But I do appreciate the respect, though, because, sometimes they just go in, and I'm like, okay, transmission's over. Now, it's youtube.com/innerstanding.
Wait, no, hold up. I got to write that down. Hold up. That's too fast. I can't write that fast. Hold up. Let me get my pen because I got to have you. How you do spell it again? Say that again.
So that's youtube.com.
Okay, hold up. Got that.
/. No, that /.
Got that.
Understanding.
After,
that's I.
Wait a minute. After the /, what come next?
That's I.
Okay.
In.
I-N.
In again.
Okay.
E-R.
Okay.
S-T-A.
Okay.
N-D.
Okay.
I-N-G.
Gotcha. That's it?
Yep. So that's understanding.
Okay. Now that was no question.
To your heart's delight, like you found the feast of the well that's inexhaustible.
Right. Now, Ronald, that wasn't no question now, was it?
You know
no,
what?
go ahead with the question.
I can't with
you like
tonight.
after the genie in the bottle. Like, was that a wish?
Exactly.
Yeah, now, this is the question. This is a serious question. You ready, brother?
Yeah,
okay. The thing what I look at, I'm going to say my people, because I be around my people most. Now, I used to call them sleepwalkers. Now, I call them zombies. Now, here's the question. How do we wake our people up and bring them to the light?
Excellent question. Now, first of all, remember, we're not doing anything. They're doing it because they're the ones that hit the switch. Now, what we're responsible for doing in our own quest of integrity to make sure that we distribute the knowledge and the wisdom that we receive freely is doing everything that we can to describe it in a way in which they understand it. And if we hit a wall, meaning they don't get it, that only means that there's a flaw in our technique. So we must go back to the drawing board again and come at it again another way. And what we created was, and that's why Secret Energy has so many dynamics. I don't even talk to people about the Christianity anymore. It's just about their diet. Because the reality is that if they keep consuming the same thing that's going to block their perceptions and their filters from realizing what's going on, then it's like a slippery slope. It's a treadmill. Moreover, if you want to get to the bottom of this, then we have to go back into the prisons. And there's a lot of both cats, they got time. So they got time to read. And this is what we're working on, is just getting the knowledge there. Because when you move the foundation, like if we're working at the top of the Mount Meru, anything changes up there, it ain't even going to be felt all the way down on the base, the base pillar or the cube. We have to go into that and shake it up. And that's why those jails, those prison cells, when the person starts to wake up, the vibration shakes the very foundation that everything is on. It's literal that the prisoners are the foundation to the reality. They're the lowest at this point, sometimes lower than death. If you've ever been caged in before, it's worse than death. Because, you can't, you're almost praying for death. We got to think about what's going on. You got these sheriffs running around with these stars because those stars bind spirits. So that same entity that's got the guy acting all crazy that he can't get under control because it's running amok, that's the same core energy that will change the entire vibratory frequency of the world into a higher level if it's instructed properly. You see, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about, in the tense of ourselves, taming the beast and utilizing its power and its energy to propel us, not degrade us. And so if you come up with ways to work there will be great results that you will see then ricochet into the cats that still out, that you don't think that they're going to really hear about it, do anything. It will move everything. We're working with energy here. So this is why, even the greatest teachers need to come into total realization of this. Look at your diagrams. The diagram shows you if you move the base, then it's like Jell-O. Everything else will shake. And what we're looking to do is shake off the shells that's got everything in the low vibratory frequency. And then once we do that, then we all ascend. So we rise by ascending others. And the greatest of us go the lowest. We call them deep divers. Like, I don't need no oxygen for a while. I don't need to see daylight. I have my own light. And I'm mining down there. And any life form, like you find someone in the mine, they collapse and the rocks all on them. When you find a life form, You bring it back to the top, and then you dive again. And now that I got this internet and all this, I can dive 1,000,000 times. I can print out 1,000,000 different deep divers that are configured like seas to go into the deepest areas and then to drag out anything that has lost the reality of who it really is. So that's the answer to the question, my brother, is that we work in every single aspect and way that we can. And when we're doing this all as a collective, then we're going to get the results. And just a word to, if someone said, well, Sevan, as an analysis of the situation of what's going on with the spiritual situation, could you give us your information about what you perceive as being the next thing that we should do? Start with the base. Don't start with the top. You don't see Kundalini rising, going from the top down. You see it coming from the bottom up. If we take the diagram, apply it back to Earth, we need to go to the lowest. It's not just the bums. It's the prisoners. They're the ones that are free.
I agree with you. I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. Runner, get that brother my number.
I will pass your number on, Sir Dallas.
Okay, y'all have a good night.
Okay, right, thank you, beloved. And, brother, before I let you go, Sevan, I want to introduce Empress Shama. She just joined the line. And, Empress, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, greetings, beloved. I'm not sure if you had questions or you just wanted to say hello before we give Mr. Sevan back some of his time, because he's been dropping some bombs, blowing some wigs back. He had me testify a few little times.
Look, I'm just sticking my head in. I'm taking in the sun right about now. So I just want to say hello to everyone. I just joined. I just got off. You know where I've been, Rhonda. So I just wanted to say hello, and I wanted to let you know I'm on and I'm supporting you. I'm listening because I need some juice. Hi, Dallas.
What's going on, Empress?
Okay.
Okay, go back to the juice. I'm ready for some more.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Brother Dallas. I'll pass on your information. Okay, so I want to be respectful of Brother, I call him Sevan, but he doesn't care if we call him Sevan or Sevan. Brother Wendell, did you have any last words or thoughts you would like to give Brother Sevan before he unfortunately leaves us shortly?
Yeah, I just want to commend the brother because he just confirmed that I wasn't crazy as people think I am.
Well, I don't know all about that now. That's what you say.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that.
No doubt. And so some final words is really if one stays in tune with themselves, then we all stick together, because as we work on ourselves, then we meet each other on that neutral harmonic plane. Last thing for y'all saying Hotep, y'all got to realize that when they put that HTTP in the beginning of the domain, that's Hotep. Just so you understand how deep the power was. That apple was 5. When they cut it in half, it's five seeds in it. That's the pentagram, so that's the 5 that was encoded within the pyramids. So we just have to understand that, that our knowledge is proficient upon the earth, but we're the only ones not claiming it. So I would just suggest everyone to look within, to unlock yourself, to realize there it's nowhere but inside of you. You don't have to go nowhere. It's not in the sky. You don't need to buy a ticket. And get yourself together. Remember, if you're in that vortex, nothing's worked. Drop some stuff out of the airlock. Maybe get rid of the blood consumption, because definitely that could be the issue. And then from there, you'll see when you make those efforts, then that energetic frequency, which we call the collective, it will respond on your behalf. And in the old text where they say, no weapons formed against me shall prosper, you will be all right, and even greater. So just always keep believing in that. And even more than belief, you have now this experience. You can live vicariously through the knowledge of those who are around you, and you can also take it on as yourself, as your priority, to begin to have your experiences yourself. And check out the Spiritual Advisor page, because you do have some master teachers out there that have unlocked some techniques and know about elements that can really assist in fixing situations. And we have a lot of that material there. And so if you're dealing with something, especially, in your physical being, because if you're sick, it's very difficult to even have time for this kind of knowledge. So we feel you, but get yourself well. And also realize that sickness does take place in different ways. So we have some healing to do, and that healing has been made available to us by us. So that's what it is.
Wow. Well, brother, I just want to thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. This is my second time in this forum with you, and I am ever so grateful. I've been studying your work for years, so I am hoping this will not be the only time that you'll join us, because trust me, they are going to be harassing me. When is Sevan coming back? He dropped so much knowledge, so I'm going to be hitting you up every now and then.
I mean, yeah, I'm available, and I just want to let everyone know it was great. Like, I really enjoyed the energy and the brothers and sisters and the elders that showed up for the conversation today. You truly inspire me. And I just knew, when I was tapping in, I heard the preliminary conversation. I was like, oh, shoot, we can go in then.
Right.
Oh, this we can go in. So, so we
that
did.
That is this show. Yes, we go in. Absolutely. Well, wow. Well, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. And I do value what you do. So, family, definitely check out his site, Secret Energy. I'm telling you, it's so much wealth of knowledge. I know that I've been with him since the various, I say, and you'll know what I mean when I say this, brother, the various phases, or whether you want to say generations of your sites. And
exactly.
it just, yeah, you know what I mean by that. And it just keeps growing. It's a wealth of knowledge there, and all of the material is free. So definitely check it out and support the brother's work where you can. So with that said, brother, I'm going to give you back some of your time. Thank you so much for joining us. I truly appreciate it.
You're more than welcome, Wholeness.
Okay. All right. Peace and love. Okay, family. So with that said, we are going to start winding down. Unfortunately, they shut a sister down with the little music. So that's why I couldn't even do my little bomb signs, because he was dropping plenty of them. So I'm going to give Brother Wendell, did you have any last words for the family tonight? I can't rock out with your Johnny Taylor tonight, boo-boo. I'm sorry.
I can't get no Johnny Taylor. That's a crying shame.
No, boo. I can't tonight. Sorry.
Oh, man. Like I said, like I always say this, stay tuned, because it gets gooder and gooder.
Don't it get gooder and gooder? So you know I'm going to have to go back and replay, because he brought up your boy, too.
Hey, I've been trying to let y'all know how real that thing is.
Yeah, he brought up your boy, so he brought up Marduk and a couple of little folks. So you know I got to go back through and listen to what he said, and so we're gonna put something on it next week as we jump back into creation story myth.
Hey, as a matter of fact, it's about time you to run through that thing, because I'm through with it.
What? So then have your ish together next week then, because you've been kind of delaying us for a little bit, a minute here on that.
Well, every time I try to tell you something, you say, don't let it go. Don't.
Because you kept saying, well, I'm not done. I don't want to get into that.
No, I'm through with it now.
Okay.
I'm ready to pick up where I started. I'm going to run y'all all the way through it.
Okay, so it's on and popping in. So next week, you have your material together. I'll have mine, but I'm going to let you drive it, and we're going to go in then, because we've been waiting.
Let's go in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. And I think Sis Divinity, I saw her drop off. I didn't see her get back on. So, Sis, are you on the line? I don't think you are. So, okay. I didn't think she was. So, Empress, did you have any last words for the family?
I didn't get to see Wendell tonight, and so
Hey, Curly Horn. Hey, Curly Horn.
You know, I don't know if you got to tell Wendell our story, because you said you was going to wait until you come back and tell Wendell.
And I did, because you had to be here for that. I was not going to tell that story without you being here. So I didn't even bring up Walmart. He did bring up some packaged dogs, but I didn't even go there. Because
Okay, well, I want you to tell Wendell now that I'm on the phone about Walmart, because I think that's the best way to leave up out of here tonight. And
family.
You know, before you tell him, I just want everybody to know that I missed you on the Monday night calls, but I know that Brother Tahuti is taking very good care of everyone. And for those who do not know, Rhonda is doing such a wonderful job, not only on this scene, but on the scenes that her and I are working on together. I thought about you today, and I didn't bother you today because I knew you were trying to get ready for the show. But I just want you to know that as the Emperor, that I consider you my family, and I consider you an empress in your own right. And that I love you. And I care so much about you and what you do. And because what you do, you make me want to continue to do this. I need to tell you that, because I don't have a sister like you to encourage me to do what I'm doing, because some days I don't want to. But because you're there and I know you're around and you do what you do, I can continue to be Empress, because I couldn't do it without you.
Wow. Whew, that was very touching. I'm a little bit shy about it, and a little bit emotional as well. But I definitely want to thank you for that, and the feeling is definitely mutual. You know, we've been working on a lot of stuff here recently behind the scenes, and we're starting to see the synergy come together, and it's a beautiful thing. So I do value that relationship, and I appreciate that. Love you too. Thank you.
And we're going to do that one thing before you tell Wendell what you're going to tell him. What was we all going to get together and do tonight on the call? I think it would be appropriate for us to,
so you want to do it on 3? So
I'll
count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Wendell. You know what we mean when we say that.
Y'all shout out, man. Yeah. Something wrong with them.
Yeah, whatever. Don't play crazy. You know what we mean.
Something wrong with them, y'all. So they need some help.
Exactly what we mean.
They need some help, y'all. There's something wrong with them.
Whatever. You know exactly what we mean, Buzzard. Whatever.
I did get the donation, Wendell, and thank you. I wanted to acknowledge you for that, okay?
All
right, then.
Okay.
Well, okay. So you want me to tell the Walmart story? Because you know it's one every week when I get you, the two of you together.
Yes.
Okay. So let me get myself together, family. I promise you this is a real story. So I comes into Charlotte. She picks me up from the airport. So I still got my suitcase in the car, right? Okay, Rhonda, we have to make a stop. Okay. I got to go to Walmart, girl. I said, you got to be kidding me. That's the first place I'm going. Yeah. I got to go. Now, I didn't get in till midnight. I'm like, okay. So we rose up in the parking lot. And so the little worker out there smoking his square. And so they appeared to be closed. So she goes, are you open? No, I'm not. You know, we just closed, blah, blah, blah. You can go to another one, da, da, da. She said, you know what? I'll come back in the morning. So sure enough, get up, go there in the morning. Gets to Walmart, runs into the same guy from last night. Hey, how y'all doing? Like he's been knowing us for years. Send a shout out. Then his manager walks over. How you doing, sweetie pie? Hey, I mean, just like she's a celebrity up in the place. I'm basically, because I'm not a Walmart fan, y'all, so I'm in there like, okay, come on, let's do this and get this over. So I did keep her focused. What's the list? Okay, yep, get this, that. So we in and out of there. So we gets to the parking lot. I'm loading the stuff in the truck. So this lady in the parking lot in her truck smoking a square. She said, excuse me, miss. And she turned around. Yeah, I just want to let you know that you look so nice. You remind me of Diana Ross from Mahogany. Now, I'm still minding my business in Walmart parking lot, loading the stuff up, right? She breaks out in the middle of Walmart parking lot. Oh, I said, no, she didn't. Ooh, I mean, breaks out, arms, start dancing. The lady with her square, popping her fingers, went down. I just kept right on putting the stuff in the truck and saying in my mind, I can't with her today. I cannot with her today.
Ain't no mountain high.
Yeah, and I'm like, I can't. And the lady in the car just jamming with her. So she's standing in the parking lot, Diana Ross, and the lady giving her audience, smoking her square, popping her fingers. I just kept loading the stuff in the car. I said, I can't with them today. I can't. Why am I even involved in this Walmart scenario? Period. So that's the Walmart story.
I told you something wrong with y'all, man.
I'm like, I can't believe it. If it ain't y'all picking up some drugs, divinity running in and out of there, a mirror going in there for different items. I'm not a Walmart person, people, but y'all keep wanting to put Walmart.
I was sitting in the parking lot. You know how Diana Ross do when she opened up her office and throw her head.
I just can't with her. I can't. I just kept loading the stuff. I said, hot mess is all I can say.
One day you gonna find out the value in Walmart.
I told y'all I don't shop there. Their drugs are irregular. I don't like to be sluzzed. I don't mess with Walmart like that. So that's the Walmart story, family. Oh, boy. So, family, I know we're being a little silly, and I kept you a little extra, but I do want to thank you all for joining us tonight, and I do want to once again thank Brother Sevan. He came in the house, he put it down like I knew he would. So again, thank you so much for your support and love. It is appreciated, and that is why we continue to do what we do. So we will be back next Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and you all are my witnesses. Brother Wendell said he's going to put it down with the book of Inky. So I'm going to let him do his thing, and I'll be in the back with the El Holy Tablets version. So tune in. We've been waiting for him to put it down on the book of Inky. Also, let's not forget on Wednesday that Sister Joan will be back with Talk with Mom and Dad, and that is airing at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And then is Oracle Tahuti doing a show on Monday night, Empress? Do you know? I know he said he was going to try to join us, but he has some other stuff to do.
Yes, he is filling in on Monday night, Elder Tahuti at 8 o'clock, and he has his own twist on what his topics are and what he is feeding the people while I'm taking this time to recuperate and to regenerate my energies. And so please join him. He's been just absolutely wonderful and dedicated and holding the fort down until I get back. So please join him on Monday night at 8 o'clock, and he'll have a good time with you. Love and light.
All right. Well, okay, family. Well, I don't have any music to rock out to. I don't know why the board was locked up for that, so I apologize. We'll make it up to you next week. So we're going to sign off. I want to say peace, love, truth, freedom, and justice. And one heart, one mind, one spirit. And so with that said, love you very much. And nightfall.
Nightfall.
Peace and love, family.